This conference will now be recorded.
Because it's just for a cell phone for you. Yeah.
All right, we're down to auditor's establishment treasures.
This is for March 31st, 2023. Total amount of deposits in the banks is $68,514,354.76. Included in that total are $5 million in COLI, CD or bank balance of $25,050,617.99. U.S. bank account of $36,770,454.52. Money market $1,693,302.25. Total amount of actual cash is $1,350. Total amount of checks in the treasurer's possession not exceeding 3 days is $172,034.22. And cash is $7,980.15. Petty cash $2,660 for a total of $68,698,379.14.
Move to approve the auditor's comments statement. So, okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the auditor's comments statement. All those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Emergency management, departmental report.
Lloyd Barber's here, Mr. Chairman. Looking for authorization of the chairman to sign, please.
That is just our quarterly report for our grant submission for the LEMPG grant. It covers both or half of Paul and I's salaries. We continue to work in
Okay. Commissioner Davis.
Any changes?
no changes.
Move to authorize the chair to sign the agreement.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Bonded for that amount of money, just like we're bonded by our insurance company. And these are just approving those bonds. for
Right, well,
these
there's a
two.
bond in place, we're the said insured.
No, I
There-
think they're required by law to have those on file with the auditor.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
But that bond's them.
Yes, it bonds their treasurer.
Brenda's
But
would be
just
the
we're the one
overseer.
that approves it.
Yes.
Thank you. That's what, I thought that was the case, Bill.
Do we need to stop? till
So I
we
make a
get-
motion to approve.
We've got the microphone on the
Commissioner
laptop
Davis.
over here.
It's one of those unfunded mandates. We do it and offer the service, but we don't get any compensation.
Well, I think we just hold it.
Yes.
Right?
We don't get any compensation.
We don't.
Well, for that administrative fee.
Okay, what's your pleasure, Rob?
We need a second. I don't have a second.
I made a motion.
Okay, thank you.
Eric, second?
Yep.
Still red.
All right.
Yeah,
We have a motion and a second for
Get the
approval.
other-
All those in
it's still
favor of the
red.
motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
He's got it off.
trying to get it off.
All
so
right.
we can-
Mr. Maddox, BLM Fireways Contractor.
Mr. Chairman, I can maybe preface this. Back in July of 2012, you entered into an agreement with Rob doing business as Black Hills Land Analysis. I think he's been doing the work on behalf of the BLM, the fuels management type work. And pursuant to your agreement with him at paragraph 6, regarding services by others, if the consultant that would be Rob, is in a contract with anybody else, will services under this agreement that had to have your permission. So he's here today to discuss that with you. He has a copy of a contract that he has with a Melanie Bond, who I think he would envision taking over his role at some point, but would operate under his tutelage at present. And so the question before you is whether you would authorize her as a service provider under your original agreement.
Okay. You have any more to add to that, Rob?
I've been doing this work since about 97 and, excuse me, trying to slow down a little bit so if I can get somebody lined up to continue this work because I think it's important.
Yeah.
BLM just had another round of funding, so they give us another $50,000. So we have about 170 plus or minus in the account right now. So we got money to do some work. I'd like to get Melanie to start beating the bushes and getting more fuels work people lined up. And eventually let her take over the project once she learns the ropes.
Commissioner Davis.
Is this Melanie Ockenpaw?
Well, her name has always been Bond, but yes, it's
Yes.
Ockenpaw's
And then
daughter.
Do we have an insurance certificate from her?
Not yet. I haven't implemented it, but that would be a condition.
All the underlying terms of Rob's agreement would carry over to this contract.
Commissioner Slate.
I was kind of wondering, you do the work for the planning and zoning and have different people come in and do things. And
Richard, we're having trouble hearing because of the fan behind us.
oh, I'm sorry. Let's see, I'll start again. Oh, I was wondering about the ASCS office does it for private landowners, the fire control and that, and the cost share and the bidding and that. You give the results of the planning and zoning on the different applications they have. Why do we need another person there? It's trying to slow down.
So anything I do for planning and zoning has nothing to do with the BLM program. BLM program is a cost share program funded by the BLM through the county to help people trim trees and be more fire prepared. Has nothing to do with anything with planning and zoning.
Well, that's what the ASC office does too, is what you just described for private landowners.
Which office is it? AS.
NRCS.
NRCS. Okay, and the state wildland fire has programs too.
And the BLM doesn't have much land in the forest around here, do they?
They got 5,200 acres in Lawrence County in the exemption area. I don't know how much is,
200 acres, yeah.
I don't know how much is outside of the exemption area.
But they actually, part of the Firewise program, it extends beyond their 5,200 acres, correct? Like, so it could be up in Mountain Plains, for example.
Yes, be anywhere in the county and it's to do treatment on private property.
Well, it just sounded to me like we're doubling up on things here, but I don't understand enough to know that. I've had a lot of tending done at the ASCS office, and they do cost sharing and that. And I thought that's what you were trying to do with them, with private individuals and BLM too.
Commissioner Seibert and then Commissioner Flanagan.
It's a grant from the BLM, and like, I don't know if you have any property near BLM. I do. So it's the what could have been Forest Service, but it takes place around the towns is BLM, the exemption area is what they call it. So a lot of that land, the smaller tracts in that area are Bureau of Land Management, the stuff around close to Terry Peak, Leading Deadwood, out in that wilderness estates. Is that the one? That stuff around Brownsville. And it's a grant, and what they do is the money is if I want to apply for a grant on the property I've got next to BLM, but you said it goes anywhere in the county that's in my trees, I can do that, and they will pay. I don't know the Forest Service has a program like that, and it's completely separate. It has nothing to do with the Firewise thing that you're doing. I mean, I could apply for the grant, not do any Firewise stuff, and then you might evaluate it afterward for that to meet qualifications of the grant. But it's not necessarily a development thing. It could be a defensible space thing. It could be a number of those, if I understand the program correctly. So it's money that's available that some people don't know about that would be, make a lot of sense to try to find people to use that. Because if we still have money left over from last year, maybe even some from the year before that, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Seibert.
Well, Congress about 18 months ago, I believe it was, set aside $5 billion, $3 billion for stewardship and $2 billion for fire mitigation. The $2 billion is, the way I understand it, is wrapped up pretty much in the Forest Service or Department of Ag. And the $3 billion is stewardship programs like the state would manage. My point is there's a lot of money coming our way, and we need every vehicle we can to put that on the ground. And this is just one of those vehicles. Use that grant money through this agency. Each agency will get its own money, and somebody needs to be the broker. And Rob is offering that broker to go between the BLM and the private landowner. Is that a correct analysis?
That's correct.
Okay. So I support as many tools as we can for the mitigation program.
Okay. Well, this particular item is about a contractor to help Rob so that she can get up to speed and hopefully Rob can retire.
I just have one more question.
Go ahead.
Could you give us a little bit of Melanie's background? I've known Miss Bond since high school, but I'm not sure everybody in the room knows who she is and what her qualifications are.
Well, I've never seen her resume, but she was a professional paid firefighter in Alaska for I don't know how many years. And then she's been back in this country for 10, 12 years. She's been on the Rockford Fire Department. She's now on the Deadwood Fire. She's qualified in any of the fire stuff that's required for this program or to belong to the Deadwood Fire. She's actually had more training than is required for the planning process that we're currently doing for the county. So.
And I knew a little bit of her fire. She grew up in Lead, graduated Lead High School, and I believe she got her degree from Tech. And so she knows the area real well too, which is nice.
Yeah.
Move to approve the subcontractor modification that Rob is requesting.
Okay. Second. We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Is that a sufficient motion?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
I don't think so.
Rob, when you get the signatures, you'll get.
Yep.
And that was, just so you know, it's contingent on the insurance.
Right.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a stated condition.
Yeah, stated
Okay,
in the
we
agreement.
have everything covered under
No. Bonus item. This morning.
bonus item.
My name is Chairman. Forest Service weed spraying agreement. Looks like the Forest Service is trying to engage Dave to spray 76 acres. And I'm not sure where the acreage is at. Total value of the contract looks to be a little bit over $19,000 and change. We're looking for a motion to authorize the chairman to sign.
So moved. Second. Okay, I have a motion and a second for approval. No further discussion. All those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried. Anything else, Bruce?
One quick check? No.
Okay, we are ready for you, Sheriff.
Morning.
Welcome.
Got that.
So I'd like to, with your pleasure, first speak about Doug Mosier and what's going on with him. This correlates with the Forest Service program. You've been around for quite a while. You call it the Campground Patrol, but it's really not what it is anymore. It's a program whereby they contract with our folks to patrol all of the Forest Service roads. So in context, this is what's been going on. I've expressed this over a number of years now, but for many, many years, more than a decade, we've been held at about $14,200. We did get one bump. It was a small amount in terms of an increase, but it wasn't enough to really do the program for our deputies justice. What ends up happening is they give us $14,200 to patrol the roads, and then all of those issues fall on our shoulders. And the net result of that is our people are getting wore out because that's all overtime. And while overtime is appreciated, it can burn you out pretty quick. So what I've expressed to the Forest Service is that's not enough money. We wouldn't be interested in pursuing this program any longer if they couldn't give us enough money to hire a part-time person to work from basically Memorial Day to Labor Day. And we estimated that amount to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $25,000 to start off with. So this year, the Forest Service has agreed to the $25,000, and Doug Mosier, who is a special deputy, has agreed to work somewhere in the neighborhood of 3-4 days a week over the course of the summer on that grant to do the Forest Service patrols. That's what's going on. So I would ask that we would get a motion to support this. It's a Mr. Mosier, Deputy Mosier will keep his status as a special deputy, but also maintain a new status as a part-time deputy with appropriate pay scales, and also to grant the chairman of our board and I to sign the agreement.
Okay. Mr. Diver.
Go ahead, Mr. Sleep.
I was just gonna ask you on there, it says down here, a carryover, $2,031 there. You said you weren't getting enough money. Where's the carryover come in?
The carryover is because we can't get deputies to work that much overtime. So we were stuck in this quandary of they're not giving us enough money to actually do the program justice, but our folks are wearing out by the end of the summer and we can't spend all the money that they were giving us. So it was either you need to give us enough money to do it right, or we can't be involved in the program. So
Okay.
it's a good question.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Chairman, if I may. So what you do is you bill this per hours worked at 55,405 and 65.5 per mile.
Yep.
And does that cover your cost on your vehicle? And do you have a vehicle that you can set out for this purpose?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you.
Motion to allow the chairman to sign.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of the signature. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
Mr. Chairman, a question. Does that include the hire, or are we going to do that separately?
Pardon classification.
Separate.
We will also.
We
Oh.
can do it together.
Is
My
that-
motion included.
Planning and state.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Sheriff. I'll have the floor, sir.
In terms of an update on the Public Safety and Services Center, the weather is phenomenal right now, and they hope to do, I would suspect they're doing a fourth, another third of the magistrate court area. Hope to get the balance of that for you this week. So they're moving quickly.
Before the snow this weekend.
Exactly.
Is it really?
I think Thursday night they're talking about snow. Can't be much. It's only gonna be down to like 30 or 32.
It's gonna be too warm.
3 feet in one area.
Anything else, sir? That's what I have. All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Calves are on the ground. It's got to.
Brenda, I think we're pretty close to 8:25.
Move forward.
I think we're close to that.
Right, this is the time and place set for supplemental budget for the courthouse and jail building. This is for the courthouse roof repairs. This is just giving you budget authority if and when the company submits an invoice for payment. That we're gonna have be able to submit it for payment.
Okay.
The amount is $808,276.26, and this is for the second payment. We already paid this amount when they started the project. Correct?
Okay, well, this is a public hearing. We'll open it up to the public. If anyone in the body of the audience would like to speak for or against this supplement, you may stand up, state your name, and speak your piece. Seeing none, we will close the public hearing and offer to the board for their approval or Commissioner Davis.
A couple questions, if I may, Brenda. The 808,000 and then the previous allocation, was there some out of our pocket, or was it
Yes.
all insurance proceeds?
Yes, there was some because we had to do the masonry, we had to pay for the masonry ourselves.
So the majority of this is spent on the old courthouse. How much, was there some spent on the jail for hail, the existing jail for hail damage?
This is just
Then,
strictly,
then
It's
the
just the way-
courthouse and jail should not be on
Well,
here.
that's the
It's-
name of the fund.
Oh, that's the name of the
Yes.
fund. Okay, thank you. And were there any change orders? I know they were trying to do some pretty large change orders. Did any of those come through?
They have not.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Tim, what I understand to be happening is that we will pay what they bid. They never gave us any change orders for this process. So at this point, we had it at 1.6 million, that they will deal with the insurance company to get the remainder of the funds if they want to get additional funds.
So with this, are we getting a lien release then?
Well, that I'm not sure.
Not until it's paid.
When it's
Like-
paid?
We're talking about the roof project?
Yeah.
Is
So-
that amount the insurance company check is, that 800 and that? Or is that the
No.
estimated what the balance will be?
No, we have not gotten the check from the insurance company either. This is just to give me, if and when that all
This
takes
is the balance
place,
of the
it
quote.
gives me the authority to pay the bill.
Okay.
That's all this is.
Okay, so upon payment, we usually get lien releases then. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So you paid half of the agreement upfront, which is about 800 and some thousand, right? So the balance is that equal amount. And the company wants an amount above and beyond the contract amount, ostensibly not necessarily only to reflect the cost of copper, but other expenses as well. And so we've been very clear with them when we've talked to them and have said, from the county's perspective, we are only paying what the contract amount is. They anticipated and are having some discussions apparently with the insurance company about an additional amount. And so most recently, the company wanted to get paid. And so we asked them for an invoice for the amount owing, and they have not submitted that final invoice. I assume because they're afraid if they submit the invoice only for the amount that they owe us, that they will somehow be precluded from asking for an additional amount. And so we're very clear with them last week that we needed an invoice, haven't got it. So this is a preparatory step to pay them when they do send an invoice, but now they've been advised that that can't happen until at least your next county commission meeting on the 25th. And that's assuming we get an invoice of some kind, of which it'll probably more than the contract amount, but I will not submit to you payment more than what they're owed as second half. Make sense? It's been quite contentious.
We need action on the supplement.
We'll move, we pay the supplement to the jail.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Okay. I think we're down to you, John. Or up to you, whichever you want to call it. The floor is yours, sir. We're going to take about a 4-minute break here
Break away.
while John gets ready.
I'm gonna time you.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how about like an emergency?
How does your 90 years of independence there?
Uh-oh, who got in trouble that they brought cookies and yogurt?
That was always the sign of somebody.
Uh-huh.
Every time
Yeah, well, Brandon, you was yelling about donuts because I've been craving them and I haven't had them. I said, it's very, yesterday. Yeah, I got a beer on that. I did a little bit. Brought that.
You eat them all?
They're good.
Some of these roads that we're on are already done. Some of them, like this, they're in good shape. They don't hardly get into that. So we're gonna who knows? That's a good idea. So I have a list here.
This just.
It won't be us.
Right. We've already done some of these roads. I took this one off because I'm waiting to see if there's any payment.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, they actually.
Is it Jared? I'm Marla Alexander.
Yep.
Nice to meet you.
But
You don't want to do that.
so it's
Yeah.
well, we just don't do it because it made sense. Yellow Creek.
Yeah, the last one.
They're the same local area. We shuffled them around. We try to keep them residential.
Hey, can you leave your back? Mr. Bay, we're ready to go.
All right. I just have a couple of utility permits. This is on the Kerwin Lane one. This is for MDU from, ready?
Yeah,
Go. Anyway, this is for natural gas line to feed Spearfish. They're trying to upgrade their existing line, which is a 4-inch line, put in the 50s. They need to put an 8-inch line to supply for the demand. This first one on Kerwin Lane, it's a 31-foot deep bore, so it's well out of our way for everything. So I would recommend that we approve this permit.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question if I may.
Go ahead.
You have all of these are with the same applicant? And is there
Two I have, that's right.
two? Is your recommendation to approve both?
No.
Okay. Okay, I would follow his recommendation and move to approve the one on Kerwin Lane.
Second that.
A motion and a second, further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
The second one is on Lookout. It's the same pipeline, but we're in the middle of an upgrade. This portion of the property is a half a mile south of or north of the Kerwin Lane intersection. It's on a piece of Lookout that we currently don't take care of, but looking towards the future of any kind of development in that area, and if we ever have to do any work, this bore is only 7 feet under the road, and I don't think that's going to be enough. I've asked them to lower it. They did agree to that, but I have yet to get the plans, so I don't really recommend that we should do this until we see the.
Can we
Sounds good.
approve pending your approval of their plan?
We could.
It's up to you. I mean, then.
Well, I'd
otherwise
just
you bring
rather
it back
see the
to us.
plan and bring it back next. deal.
Yeah.
They-
Alright.
So should we just not take action on it then?
Or we could continue. Move to continue this to our next meeting.
Second. Okay, a motion and a second, continue the
And it automatically goes
The
on.
And then-
Lookout Mountain one, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
And then they asked John a question.
Table what's
John,
today. and take
So
it up.
the first motion was for the bore and the
The
occupy, and then,
permit to occupy
and then the second one is to continue both of them.
on the
On
Lookout
Lookout.
Mountain. Yep.
Thank you.
My next item is on our gravel. I gave you guys a copy of our proposed gravel plan for this year. It's a little different than what you had in our 10-year plan. And I wanted to give you guys the opportunity to look it over and voice your opinion on it if you find anything. If there's anything you think should be added or deleted, I'd welcome your recommendation.
Commissioner Davis.
So if I remember correctly, we're ahead of our plan.
We are, and we took some of those roads, everything that's in 23 that's been done is off there. I did take Rough Rock Falls off because I'm waiting for some state funding to do that. 123rd and 195th, those are both low volume roads that are in very good shape. So we took those off, and we've moved a few other roads up on the list that are they make sense because they're in the same area, so to gravel at the same time. The dollar amount and the mileage is the same. We are a little over on the budget, but I was pointing out to Commissioner Sleep a second ago that the South Rapid Creek pile, you'll see there, it's listed at 121,000. We've already paid for that. That's that pile we've already crushed out there at South Rapids. So that one can be, that dollar amount would be removed. It puts us well under the budget.
Okay, so since we're ahead in the gravel plan, when we start talking about budget this year, are we going to review and maybe lower our expenditures for next year?
Well, we're going to review and reorganize our list of roads, trying to keep around this 24 miles that we've always done, and, put them in more of an order that's going to make sense to what roads need attention and what roads don't need attention.
I'm looking for budget cuts this year so we don't have to go into opt-out. So that's a heads up. So
Okay.
anything, if we're just graveling out of convenience and necessity, which I don't believe we do,
No,
we
we
need
don't.
to take a hard look at it because we
No.
need to have some cuts.
Like I said, we already took 3 roads off this year because they don't need gravel.
Right.
We're not going to gravel a road just because we're bored.
And I'm just giving you a heads up.
Yep.
If I may, I had a couple questions on. We had some gravel on the bills today. It looked like. I'll put this to rest. There was Pete Lean and Sons. We had a $26,000 bill. Is that for gravel?
That was for gravel on the Merit Estes Road, and they had a new software system, and that was a road that we graveled last year, or we repaired last year, and they never got us the bill until just recently.
So, okay. And then I'll hold my other budget questions till the end on the bills. They're not gravel.
I had more of a statement than a question, but there'll be a question in it. I know for years the aim was to try to do, we have 100 miles, but a little more than that, but we were trying to gravel 20 miles a year, and we were behind for a long time, and we finally gotten ahead, which is the goal, is to make sure that we don't have any roads in rough repair. And I agree with Commissioner Divert's assessment. The nice thing is we have the equipment to get stuff done in a timely manner, which always helps. Do you foresee any issue with keeping up with gravel roads? If, for example, we're at 24?
They're all around that 24.5 mile.
If we went with Commissioner Divert's assessment and impression, which I don't think is necessarily wrong, if we went down closer to that 20 mile mark, do you think we'd end up going backwards on our roads?
I don't think so.
Think we'd be all right?
Yeah.
That's just, I know your predecessor always tried to get ahead and keep ahead.
Yeah.
And for a long time, we needed to play that catch up. And I think we got a lot of things caught up with you and the staff we currently have. And his push for equipment, track code notwithstanding in that, but I think we're in a good position. I hate to go backwards. I just want to make sure that.
Well, we want to make sure that we don't end up with roads in the conditions that they were when Alan took over. And I don't believe we're going to get there. I think we're going to keep our roads maintained at a decent level. And I think at 20 miles, I don't think that would harm us much,
Okay,
if any.
okay. And that's certainly discuss this during budget. So,
Thank you.
Okay. So you guys are good with the gravel plan as of now? Okay, very good. Some project updates. We did the grant for our Christensen Drive Bridge. It's an 80-20 match, state funded big grant. We got a grant for $1,073,700. We also have applied for an additional 15% on the rehabilitation project on that NEMO that came in over the estimate. We applied for a 15% grant on that. The state has requested all design engineering bills, which we're waiting on one today with Bros. Once we get the copy of that check, we're going to submit all the billing, and hopefully we get that 15% increase on that. And our Whitewood Valley Bridge by the Wheeler Lumber, the state has set a date of May the 17th to go to bid on that.
Mr. Chairman. But John, we don't participate in that bid.
We'll have nothing really to do with that. That's states can handle everything. Until the bid is done, then we'll start getting our list of things that they require of us. And the two St. Ann bridges are now completely gone. The North Bridge, the dirt work is well underway. Riprap is in place, fabric's in place, and they're forming up for the abutments. They're coming along pretty quickly at that. And the South Bridge is almost completely gone. They just had some of the pilings in the ground to remove.
Okay.
So them are coming along pretty good as well. I do want to let you guys know that we're planning on lifting weight limits in the Spearfish area this week. Everything's looking real good down there. We're going to hold on up here a little bit longer, up on that North Rochford and our Nemo area. We're going to keep monitoring that. And if the weather's permitting, we're gonna switch to our summer hours on April the 17th, unless you guys have objections to that.
Sounds good. Any questions, Commissioner Diver?
Yeah, on the 15%, the Secretary of Transportation, as a few months ago, is now allowing you to apply for 15% when the bids are over the engineer's estimate by a significant amount. Do we know, is that retroactive? Because we had a couple bridges that were already under contract.
As far as I know, it is not retroactive, but it is going to go forward for the remainder of this year and everything that was awarded this year. So if we go over on this Christensen Drive one, we'll be eligible for that. And I believe that we're going to be eligible on the Whitewood.
That was the one I had the question.
That's by Wheeler Lumber. I think we're going to be eligible for that one if that one doesn't become favorable as well.
Thank you. Oh, I had three more items, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
You're not kidding me?
No, so on the road and bridge, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 payments to the Department of Transportation in supplies. Are those bridge
They're
projects?
all bridge projects. Yeah.
But you categorize them as supplies rather than capital improvements?
I told our office staff I didn't want to take them out of any of our bridge improvement yet until we see the bridge bids come in, or the billing for these next two. The two bridges that are doing in St. Ange, I'm kind of worried of the value of those. I think they're going to come in pretty high.
So these bills that we paid today are to the Department of Transportation for specific work they did on bridges?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, anything else for John? Bruce?
Marco Capsa, the Spearfish Planning and Zoning Administrator, is here to discuss with you, I think, three Spearfish area plats within the 3 mile audio jurisdiction maintained by the city pursuant to statute. And this all comes to you in the context of Highway Authority in signing the plats. And just a quick recap of my recollection, I think a year or two ago, I think you directed Alan that all such plats should come to you for approval. And so, if anything, as much as anything, this would mean that you ratify that new policy. But otherwise, I think Marla would like to talk to you about 3 flats in particular in that.
Okay, go ahead.
So we'll start with the one, this Pine Oak subdivision. So this plat's off of Hillsview Road. The gentleman's going to be splitting his roughly 21 acre lot into 2 separate parcels. One being 2 acres, one being 19. It meets all minimum zoning requirements. We did recommend that they have a welfare agreement in place, not requiring that, but generally that's taken care of in the planning process to make sure that lot 1A1 does have access to water in the future. And then we are requiring dedication of right-of-way along Hillsview Road in alignment with the city's major street plan, which in order to be to meet all minimum subdivision requirements for city standards, that does have to be dedicated out. It's my understanding that the county does maintain Hillsview Road currently in this area. I know that there's additional discussion that's going to come up regarding, plotting in the 3 mile, but direction that we're hoping to go is everything at least within the 1 mile that right of way gets fully platted out. We'll always make sure that it's clearly defined who will maintain that right of way within that 3 mile region. But in order to make sure that this is in alignment with all of our minimum subdivision standards, we would recommend approval with that additional right of way dedication.
Well, the is Hillsview set out as platted right away, or is it just dedicated right away in that area?
So on the other side of the road, it is platted right of way.
Okay.
We're going up against Deer Meadows.
Yeah. Okay. So it has been platted out on the other side.
Okay. So we're going to get into the discussion on this right away. Once we plat it out, it doesn't dedicate or deed it to anybody. It infers that it's county right away because we maintain that. I don't have a big issue with this one, but it's going to go into the next discussion. Because once you plat out a right of way, then you're making a parcel. And who maintains the parcel? In the county, we have a lot of right of way that's like section lines. We have the same abilities to maintain our roads in right of ways that we do platted out right of way. And so in this area, I don't have an issue with it because it's consistent. But when you do islands out there in the middle of nowhere, then that landowner can call us and say, hey, it's your land, come spray the weeds. If it's a right of way, they still own the land underneath it. So when it's isolated, I don't support it. But in this case where we have it in this area, I think it's fine. So, the city's position has always been in the 3 mile that they want to set it out as platted right away. If they're going to do that, then we want a deed from the owner to the city, set it out for them as the owner to maintain it. So we don't want that responsibility. That's my opinion. So we need to be very careful on how we do this, because you can still do the same thing in that right of way. You can build whatever you want because it's a right of way that you have as public right of way without setting it out, taking it off the tax rolls. So that's my 2 cents. So this one I don't mind because it's consistent with the area.
Sure. Yes. Heading on comments from the other board members, maybe entertain a motion to authorize the highway superintendent to sign that plat, and you consider them one by one. I'm just making a suggestion for them to organize the discussion.
On, if I could, go ahead, my hair. On what appears to be the preliminary plat, you're showing, it looks like the right of way is consistent with previous rights of way on Hillsview or Homestead, depending on whichever part that's called right there. And on the final plat, it appears you're putting a 50-foot from center line. Yep. So you're expanding it.
So it's an arterial road. So that's consistent with our major street plan. We will never require dedicated right of way that's not in alignment with our major street plan. But for our plats to be consistent with our major street plan, which is required by statute.
Your hope is, well, so what I'm hearing you say is at some point you see that becoming possibly a city road in the future.
Yep.
It's on your thing.
Yeah, and that's the whole.
And the hope is to make that 100-foot right of way.
Yep.
As opposed to the 66.
Yeah. So I think that everything that's going on right now with Colorado Boulevard is a really great example of why why we require that right of way to be dedicated out, because you've got all these business owners who are, you guys can't, you're already basically up to the front door of my business. And what they don't realize is that right of way has actually already been dedicated out. So we aren't going to be taking any additional right of way.
And unfortunately, that's a deficiency in both real estate and in banking and in not paying attention to what you actually bought when you bought a property. But
Yeah, absolutely.
should be surveyed right off the bat. And,
Yeah.
And that's my thing. So in that particular area, the county's going to have 33 feet on one side, and they're going to have 50 feet on the other side. It's going to bump out. And then as things otherwise get platted on the road, unfortunately, a lot of that's what it's been platted down that road. So you have one little strange spot.
And that's where we're going to have to probably go and purchase that. But this is really a long-term solution for taxpayers. It's through these plats where, and we agree, we don't want leapfrog development. Ideally, we don't want leapfrog dedications, but in the future,
to get it started, you got to start something.
Yep, exactly. And this truly is going to save taxpayers money in the long run, because if we don't acquire this now, clearly there are differences between how the county views right of way and the city views right of way. We require it to be dedicated out. That's how it's written into our ordinances. That's what we have to follow. That's how all of the right of way within the city is. That's not going to be something that changes for us. And that's really the purpose of this 3 mile. As we look at the city growing over the next 50 years, we want to make sure, that's why the 3 mile platting jurisdiction exists, the ETJ. And it's very long-term thinking that this will save us money in the long run. And we're setting future development within the 3 mile up to align with city standards.
I'm going to say I appreciate that over some of the previous administration's decisions, especially like with McWigan, where they just could not grasp in their brain how that was a farm to market road and not a arterial, which it is.
Yeah.
By any stretch of development imagination, that's what that road is. It when the subdivisions occurred on there, it should change. But anyway, I'm gonna make a motion to direct the highway superintendent to sign this plat.
I'll second that.
Okay, further discussion. I want to ask John what his feelings are on this as well.
I'm fine with signing these plats. Like I'd stated to you guys before in the past, I have no problem signing these plats. I just am a little questionable of the condition of them when I'm brought a plat by a realtor or or by a surveyor. I have no idea if that plat's gone through any of these processes, and that's my biggest concern with signing a plat. I'd rather any plats, and we had made an agreement with the city earlier that as long as those plats were brought to our planning and zoning, or in this case, a commission setting, then we know they're all up front and I have no problem signing them.
And we've started internal routing processes where as soon as we get a preliminary plat, we have a list of people for in-city plats, conditional use permits, variances, and 3 mile plats. So John is on that list. So as soon as we get a preliminary plat, he does get CC'd on that. Amber gets CC'd on it for planning review, and that way it does get vetted through the process. And ideally, if anybody's bringing John a plat, he's had eyes on it. So.
Okay.
John and I have been talking, like if there's a plat he has a question on, he'll just say, hey, I'm already looked at this, is there anything that I need to know of? Or, a lot of times I already know what's going on with it, so.
And I think one of the weaknesses, obviously, with the existing 3 mile platting ordinance, it's an 80-page document that was written in 1985, and it's onerous. The process is much more onerous than it needs to be per statute. So that's really our biggest goal here, is streamlining this process for the public, saving them money, because every time there's a public meeting, they've got to have their surveyor there, they're getting billed. So that's really our hope with the 3 mile update, is hopefully cleaning up this process. So I would hope that we can eventually get to a point where if it's in line with the city's major street plan and you guys are aware of what that official width needs to be per that roadway classification, that we don't have to bring it before another board if we're vetting it internally via email and everyone has a chance to get eyes on it. My hope is that we can get there, because it does push out timeline for people, and that does increase costs. So.
Okay.
Commissioner Davis.
Well, I just want to be very clear. I don't have any issues acquiring extra width. It's how it's acquired. Secondly, I think one thing that we could do to make this streamline a little better is to get these to John early, like you're talking about in the process, and have John bring them in. Because in this case, there's a lot of signatures already on this.
Yeah.
So if we had an issue that we were going to not take, we
Yeah,
didn't want
we would
that,
want
we'd
to
have
know
to
that.
start over.
Yeah.
So if she gets it to us early on, you could bring it in early on. And I'm just going to add why we're doing this is because we had a highway superintendent for a short time that allowed approaches and signed plats. And I'll give you the example. On Mineral Place, there was supposed to be, under the subdivision agreement, a schoolhouse. There was supposed to be no approaches off of Mineral Place, and he authorized that. And that was on the plat. That restriction was on the plat. So we're trying to vet those out so we don't have those incidents again. We had quite a few incidents during that regime.
No, it's good.
That's why this is like it is today. That was
So
two superintendents.
these plats have to go as a survey plat for review before the planning commission, and then once they approve it, or not survey, the sketch plat has to come before the planning commission. So then once the planning commission approves the sketch plat, then it comes back as a final plat before the planning commission, and then it goes for a public hearing with the city council. So maybe at that sketch, because we do forward those out too. So maybe once you receive the sketch plat, we would know we're going to require X amount of right of way, and then you can take that to the county. But again, we're never going to require right of way that goes beyond our major street plan. That goes beyond our authority. So, yeah,
Okay,
appreciate your
further
guys'
discussion.
discussion on this.
Seeing none, we do have a motion and a second for approval of this plat. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Next one is tract S and tract M off of North Rainbow Road. So this is a situation where right of way has been dedicated for a good portion of I think that's section line, but it has been dedicated on the west side, dedicated out. So this is directly adjacent to city limits. I think this is an important one. Again, this is an arterial street, so we are requiring a 40-foot right-of-way dedication for this plat. Do you guys currently maintain this portion of North Rainbow Road?
I thought you maintained North Rainbow Road. Didn't that get turned over with the airport?
No, part of North Rainbow did. The north of Airport Road, we take care of. This plat is actually past the cattle guard, though. We do just snow removal on this location.
Where turns to gravel?
Yeah, it turns to
Turtle
millings. We just do snow removal in that area. That's it.
Where the good Reverend McBride used to live?
Yep.
I think so. Former
Commissioner
Reverend
Davis.
McBride.
Well, this is section line. And so in the master transportation plan of the city, they decided this needs to be an 80-foot right of way rather than a 66. And I don't have an issue with that, but I'm struggling with why we're dedicating it as a lot, essentially, rather than just right of way, which is consistent with the underlying section. Now, this one probably isn't a big concern because it's at an extension of an existing road, but this is now going to be our property. And right now we have a section line there. So our obligations are different when we have a fee property that we own rather than a section line. So I'm struggling with this. We could just do it as right of way, leave it in tract M, still be 40 feet on that side. They would accomplish their goal and we wouldn't be responsible. So if we're going to support this plat, I would suggest a deed from the landowner to the city so they know it's city right of way, not county. That's my position.
I don't know.
Commissioner Sleep.
I don't know how it was written up, but that was part of that right of way with the airport itself,
Well, this is
north of that.
north of that.
that's where I couldn't remember.
Yeah, it stops at that east-west section line.
And unfortunately, this is a longer discussion than we really should be having right now, but I know exactly what you're talking about. And I know what the city's desire is. They'd rather have platted right away.
Well, they can have it
If
if it's deeded to them.
Sure.
It's not an H lot. It's just.
Well, it is. It's taking it off the tax roll. It's giving it to the public, which is us. So we're receiving this. And we can't receive land without resolution, by the way, either. And typically if we sign the plat, that's the resolution. But we've got to watch this concept. Now it's ours.
The
So,
thing is we're not, highway superintendent, but the city signed the plat.
right, but it's still ours for the public.
In theory, that's
It's ours.
I see where you're going.
So
That's what I say. There's a bigger discussion here than what we're actually doing.
Yeah.
and this one is not so bad because it's located right, but I'm planting the seeds because the next one is a bigger discussion.
As already pointed out, I think that Marlo, I think what Ed will too is that the chair or the highway superintendent is signing the plats in a very limited capacity in terms of, access or conformity with the county street plan. But the concern is that at that point, the road is still ours. And so we're essentially acquiring adjacent right of way to our road. So inferentially,
Bruce, it's not right away. It's a parcel.
Okay.
That's
I don't care about the right of way. I care about the parcel.
I misheard.
Yeah. But inferentially, there's extra land associated with that. So do you know about it as a commissioner? What is basically could be imputed to you on your inventory, and then who's responsible for maintaining it, spraying weeds, and making sure there's no dangerous conditions that exist out there, right? And so you have to be aware of that.
And 231 told us that we can be told by the court, since it's our right of way, we have to maintain it.
So as a reminder, since the 231 case, language was specifically included on plats, that language that says that just because the county signs a plat does not mean it's required to openly maintain a road. And that we learned from that, right? And in that particular case, the Circuit Court and the Supreme Court, that was not even a speed bump for them. They did not distinguish that language or give any importance to it whatsoever. And so, although it's in statute, it seems to be very clear, we have a clear indication on our side that it means nothing. And so I think that also adds to your pause and hesitation.
I'm going to try to make one comment. I'm going to try to keep it brief. In theory, legally, I would say that the county has a 33-foot right of way. And over the top of that, the city, by their signing the plat, owns a dedicated 40-foot right of way on top of that. In theory. And I would say legally, that would seem to be the case in this, but that doesn't mean that that's what the case is.
That's why the deed gives us that surety.
Well,
the deed, when the DOT acquires property, it's two phases. They do the plat and then the deed. Now they have the property. They don't reacquire section line, by the way. And so this is the plat. Then there should be a deed from the landowner to the entity that's receiving the land, and that should be the city. And if we had a deed dedicated, giving it to the city, I wouldn't have a problem.
Mr. Chairman, it occurred to me, and Marlo, I thought of this weekend. If we've reached out to
You think about work on the weekends too?
Don't we all?
Lincoln County and Sioux Falls, I was watching the Sioux Falls City Commission meeting, I think it was, and they acquire right away from Lincoln County as a matter of course all the time, which is interesting in another context, right? It just happens. But I'm wondering if we should reaching out to them and see what the city of Sioux Falls or the city of Harrisburg or others require when they're doing this sort of extraterritorial planning as well, right?
Yeah.
What is the process that they're using in terms of additional right-of-way? Is it deeds? Is it notes on plats? What is it? And I think that may be instructive. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. And maybe you know the answer to that.
Yeah, I mean, this is the process that it's dedicated out on the plat. This is the process that Pennington County and Rapid City use. But I'm happy to follow up with Sioux Falls folks and Lincoln County folks on that. Their 3 mile is a little bit different because they actually have like a full-on joint zoning area. So they've taken that 3 mile a step further, and they do have basically specific zoning for that 3 mile area, which that's not where we're trying to go. We just want to get this process cleaned up. So, ultimately, this is directly adjacent to city limits, and that honestly, getting into this maintenance side of things, that's kind of creeping into public works side of things, and I don't feel totally comfortable making any start.
Well, at this point, it's not really that much of a maintenance consideration. It's really an ownership.
Not just ownership,
right? But because we agree to maintain it right now, and that's what.
Well, first of all, I know that the city is undertaking rewriting the 3 mile ordinance. That's great because it's needed it. We've asked for over a decade, so good deal. But I have a generic question on this plat.
Yep.
Is the road in the section line built to county specs? That we're doing snow removal on?
The north.
No,
Okay, and so that's not a county spec road, and it's accessing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 properties. So tract M does not have to bring the road up to county specifications on that short stretch?
We could require it.
I'm just asking. I
Um,
mean, it's your jurisdiction, but that just point made.
To your point, Mr. Chairman,
Go
to your point, if not now, when, I guess would be
Yeah.
consideration, right? But this comes in the context of another.
Yes,
issue
and
we're
that's what I was
talking
talking
about, right?
about.
So yeah, we're gonna be talking about something else that's sort of related to the county.
right, and that's,
Discussions for, I'm gonna say another day, but I would make the motion to have the highway superintendent sign this plat as well. Just keeping in mind the discussion items that will need to be addressed at some point. Because
Yeah.
it's not something that's gonna go away, we're gonna see more and more, but we just need to figure out how to resolve that. This third plat, that one, it's like a whole nother.
the third plat, the
different-
Higgins Gulch one.
Yeah.
And there's no right of way being dedicated on this one. It's Roger Riley's property.
Did I
Nobody
made the
needs
motion,
that.
we get a second on
Oh,
that?
sorry.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Well, I know we didn't get a second.
I need a second.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Yeah, what's your next one, Marla?
The Higgins Gulch plat. So right of way has already been dedicated along the entirety of Higgins Gulch in this area. That was done on a plat in 2016. So essentially what they're doing here is just combining the two lots on the west side, and then lot 13 is officially being platted as its own lot. So currently this parcel straddles the right of way, so it'll be nice to clean up that property boundary on both sides of the road, having those split into separate parcels.
Mr. Flanagan?
County responsibility and maintenance ends at the tract 1, if I'm not mistaken. Correct? That's where the end of the county property. Yep. The rest of this mess was specifically called out at the time it was platted by Mr. Riley, saying he and his folks that had property there are now controllers of their own destiny. That was a Forest Service easement. The county will have nothing more to do with it. And I believe that shows up in many minutes and on the plat. I'm not sure that we want to touch this one with a 20-foot pole.
I agree.
That's kind of where I'm going to end that one. I'll be voting no on any type of having our highway superintendent sign this, partially out of issues we've had in the past with that subdivision.
Is there anything that the property owner can provide
Well,
to sign this plat?
you know, it's a great discussion because eventually this road, no matter what the condition, hits county roads. Eventually. But this infers that we're approving it on this piece of the road. We have asked these people over and over to form a road district, and they've refused it. And that would be the solution, a road district.
Yeah.
And I think that would solve a lot of the problems out there. Well, but we're on a fine line because we're punishing, in this case, one of these plats is being cleaned up.
Yep.
Where it went across the road, and it was actually a separate parcel. It wasn't contiguous because of the right of way.
Exactly.
Once again, if the right of way wasn't platted out the way it was in 2016, it wouldn't be a big deal because it'd be an easement going across one parcel. But it was essentially 2 parcels, and they're cleaning it up. And 13 is also a remainder, right?
Yep.
So they're making a bad situation
Clean up.
better.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
but I agree with Mr. Flanagan. There's a long history here that
Right.
I'm very cautious of.
Can I ask you, the council, if something makes any sense? Yeah. What if we made the motion and voted to allow the city in whatever capacity to sign as the highway authority on this plat? Can we transfer it to another governmental body? Because it's not our road. None of the entrances on there. This property adjoins right at where the corner is at the end of our jurisdiction.
So I think what you're saying is, I'm just thinking out loud, is that signature block is really inapplicable. And that there's no concern that it is impacting the county road system such that the county highway superintendent even needs to sign that. That's really what you're saying, right? So I think that application would be is that the plat would be redone, taking off the county highway superintendent signature block and just having the city signature block. That's what I'm kind of
Well,
hearing.
I can't see that, because that's not our road. It doesn't match up with our road. But it's really a plat internal to itself coming off a pre-approved right of way that exists for the benefit. I guess the problem is it exists for the benefit of the public, which again goes back to us.
Well, maybe what we could do to Commissioner Flanagan's point is we could have our legal counsel and your legal counsel get together and see if we can find a solution above and or beside the road
I
district.
don't know that I would be able to sign this plat.
Okay. Well, that's where we are too, right?
Happen here today. Do you know, does that original plat have the county does not have, I mean, not the language of the highway superintendent, but the other? Okay. Somewhere, and maybe it was just in the approvals, it said that we will not do any maintenance on this road. It's solely the responsibility of the thing. Can we require that language from the agreement when it was platted on this plat to reiterate again? The county has zero to do with this road.
I suppose, and or incorporate by reference in a motion that could be brought up at appropriate time if things ever litigated to be very clear that, right? Yeah, I mean, so that's the thing is you can add clarifying languages to a motion, and that makes sense. But I can't guarantee you that that's going to have the intended effect at the appropriate time.
Right. Oh, yeah. Judge can decide.
Commissioner Diver.
It just says
This is for legal counsel. Can a homeowners association serve as a highway authority?
I don't think they have.
Road district is what we determined.
Yeah, I think it would tend to have to be a governmental agency, a political subdivision.
The Forest Service won't sign it.
So I think in this area, I think this is one of those roads that the county acquired through a series of easements.
Well, it's what's going on here. Yeah, that at the time the Forest Service easement, but if you go downstream, you get into all these old subdivisions, Van Horn subdivision, etc. We have a mix of highway authority signatures on there. If you look at those plats, the city signed some of them as a highway authority, the county signed some of the highway authority. It's kind of a mess. And then you have the Forest Service bridge, right?
Yep.
So I think if we had 2 weeks, maybe we can work out a solution here.
Yeah, we're not
we
going
don't-
to do anything.
yeah, we don't-
So
we wanna
there's
hurt
more
the-
work.
We don't want to hurt the owner, but we want to resolve this.
So let's
fair.
leave it at that.
All right.
Do we want to
Is
just,
that
do you want to
agreement?
continue this one then? I'll make a motion to continue this
Second.
to the next meeting.
All right. Got a motion and a second for continuing. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Same time in 2 weeks on the 25th of May.
You got it.
Amber, I'm gonna.
It's like it's already
Right.
April.
How did that happen?
I'm gonna juggle around here.
Appreciate your
Matt's
guys'
here. I
time.
don't wanna waste Matt's time. I think his will go relatively quick, so we'll go down to the wharf item. It's the 9:45 with Matt.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, this morning, yesterday and this morning, you received a copy of a proposed letter to be submitted to the DANR in support of the Wharf Boston expansion permit system. Also, appended to that are, I think, 17 letters of support that would be intended to go along with this letter. So Matt is here to fill in any gaps.
The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Thanks for the time.
Yeah.
You too. Yeah, see you really often. This is, can't extend it too much, but it's just a formal request for this letter of support. The letters that Bruce mentioned are all the ones that were submitted in support of the CUP when I was in here last year. And that went through real smoothly. Caught up with a few of you off and on over the last few months. The state process has just taken a bit longer about new people and just more details. But if you haven't seen, the draft permit is out there now for public comment. That period ends on Thursday this week. And this is just a matter of formalizing the county itself. I thought attaching the letters would be a good idea.
Okay. So what we need is a motion to allow the chairman to sign a letter to send along with the rest for work. I will make that motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you. Yep. One last item, if, I don't anticipate it, I think it'll go pretty smoothly and here for the hearings next month, but last major permanent measure here in 2012, it did have as a potential testifier as a county person. So if something like that looks like it's going to develop, I'll get a hold of Bruce and let you guys know. I think the letter in this particular scenario would stand in that stead.
When
Go
is
back
that?
and look at what's that?
When is that?
It's not officially scheduled yet, but it should be, depending if they get much comments or not, either one day on the 18th or if it's 2 days, it'll be the 17th
Of this next week?
of May.
Oh, okay. Because we're here next week.
Yep.
This would be easy.
Yeah. So looking at that one from 2012, that anybody testifying for the county was going to be just stated in unanimous support, and I think the letter will handle that just fine. So like I said, I don't expect that. If it changes, I'll let you guys know.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thanks so much.
All right, Amber, the ball's in your court. Do we
Okay.
need a break before then? Everybody all right? Depends on how long she's gonna be.
I just,
I got quite a bit.
are we gonna do the changes on tonight? Roger's on the floor for the public hearing for that second reading. Could we take a minute?
Sure. Just hurry up and do it, Amber.
My life anymore.
I guess maybe I can go to the sandbox.
They're taking a break again, Roger.
That's all right. Say, Amber, while they're taking a break, I have a question. What's
Here,
that?
let me see here.
Can you hear me, Amber?
I can't hear you at all, Roger, so I gotta wait till Bruce gets back if he has something else going here.
Okay.
Yeah, they came back.
Oh, they did?
Yeah. Well, after the news, weather.
Oh, no, it was good, right? But I will tell you, back to see the walls 2 weeks ago. All of it's from about 8 miles out of Chamberlain to Red Lake, it's always some balls.
Yeah.
Keeps on both sides of the state. And then we went south, Sioux Falls, 30 miles. And it's all East Falls. I've never seen that.
Yeah, yeah, those are, we went back there too. That same time. White patches.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
We saw some guys out there hunting, they were both up there. Their pickup was just full. I don't know what the hell they're doing.
Yeah.
That
was a funny year.
it is.
John.
What do you got there?
Over here.
Brenda? Yes, bring it in.
There's, looks like oatmeal cookies and donuts. Everything that's bad for you.
And I don't need either one of them.
Me either. I just looked at them, probably would be up 20.
You have blacks to sign.
I have a bunch down here, they're reviewing them right now.
Those two.
Yes, they're both down here. The commission hasn't approved them yet.
Okay.
I don't know if you wanna hang out, they're gonna do them here as soon as they get back. Then you can sign them or you can sit back down here.
Hi, Roger.
Whatever. They don't need to be.
Oh, hi, Brenda. Can you hear me?
I can wait.
Okay, come to you.
I can't hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of details involved with everything, isn't there?
Everything is complicated. Oh, I can't hear Roger at all. Well, because we're muted. Yeah. What? That looks like it's on there. This is on.
You don't have much for napkins, Eric, but they got some Kleenex down there.
Yep, they got the.
Yeah, but there's some up on the
Oh,
wall
did you?
too.
Oh,
So
yeah.
Roger, I still can't hear you at all. You can hear us okay though?
I can hear you fine.
Yeah,
Yes.
he can hear us, but we can't hear you.
So are you muted on your end?
No, no, I'm not.
He's got something coming out. You can see it on his little icon there.
So I'm not sure, Roger, I can't hear you at all, but on our end, it's all active and we can see your microphone moving, but there's no sound coming out from you.
Yeah. Weird. How about now? Does that make any difference?
Would you break up there?
No, it's on his.
You over at Bell now, John?
Yeah, I'm the only one.
You're
Can
the
Jackie
only
talk?
one, huh?
Jackie, can you hear us?
Retire?
That wasn't it.
Yes, I can hear you and I can hear Roger very well.
It's our end.
So
And I can hear Jackie.
This is on.
we're gonna try something on this end, because Jackie, we can't hear you either.
Go to the computer thing.
Yeah.
You just need to get.
You can face it.
Well, again, I would go back to it. The way it looks to me, we have our same right away, and they have a platted.
I'm having technical difficulties here. We can't hear anybody on Zoom.
Like they do, well, it'd be the same as they do in town.
So we'll get ready.
You have the sidewalk through now, we don't have a voice. City makes the regulation. Go to speakers.
A new young lady from the
It's set up
city
the way
seems
Greg
to be
said.
knowledgeable.
Oh, she is. Have somebody talk now.
Oh,
Well, can you hear me now?
The other gal I know, hers is- she's a baby.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I hear we need to do
Hello?
Already got it yet.
It's on the wrong
especially in
speaker.
3 mile. We don't have any voice.
You got us?
Okay, as soon as Brenda gets back,
Try to click on
Some kind of
the
order.
No, one of the ones you don't use.
Yeah,
We've been having a lot of conversations.
like just
Yeah,
takes
yeah.
it, but
Okay, we'll go back to order now.
Yeah, that's
it's gotta be the hands-free, not phone.
We're good to go?
All right, I think we're good now. From the outside source, it was.
But it's sad.
Yeah.
Well, they both say.
And they want
We got it. Well, statutorial. I know somebody. that might
It's
do that.
literally.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are gonna start
you.
with plat.
I just came.
The layout. So this one is a layout plan for Kirk Mountain Estates. Now, I don't think they're gonna be here. I think in the end, Bob, you can tell me if I'm different, but I think with this one, this is the one that he kind of realized he needs to do some more work on it. This is that layout plan at Kirk Mountain Estates.
Yes.
So I don't think we really need to, the issues that came up was one, we don't maintain any of this portion of the road, it's all Forest Service. So we told him he needs to go deal with Forest Service first to try to figure out what they're gonna do. And then for forest zoning wise, it meets the zoning classification, but he's looking at multiple driveways and whatever on our road to determine that. So that's kind of what we kind of told him, and I think he was susceptible to that. There was also some issues with, driveway and plat. I mean, there was a lot to be done, I guess, in the end. So I don't think I would say you guys probably agree with all
Can
of
you go
that.
down a little bit, please, to the bottom of the document? Do they have a registered land
Yes.
surveyor?
They are.
What number is it?
This is just a layout.
It's a layout
But they
plan.
have dimensions and monuments on it, which you
He
have to be a
is,
surveyor to
he
do
is
it.
licensed in South Dakota.
Okay. Anytime you have dimensions, variance and distances and monuments on there, then you have to have a surveyor provided on the schedule documents.
Okay, we're gonna let them continue to work on it then.
I think at this point, unless you guys, I mean, those were some of the issues right off the
That's-
bat, so we just kind of said you need to go back and work on these things before
Okay,
you
we'll
come forward again.
continue this one. We need a motion to do that.
I guess it's a layout plan, so I mean, you guys.
This is just information then? Or do
For
we-
the most part, planning and zoning just said to come back next month.
I
so
would
say you'll
move
probably
to
see
have
it
this
again.
go back to plan and zoning for their final approval.
That's fine.
Second.
Motion in second. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
So this one, you guys saw this sort of. This is the Lemel and Rosso plat. And what this was is originally it came in and they're cutting this 40 in half. 20 of it is getting sold to Lemels, which is across the highway or the road. And then there was a leftover piece, so they decided, no, we'll go ahead and just plat the whole thing, which is what they're doing. And with that, not really sure what happened there. And then basically, I have no idea. All right, we'll try this again. So with this, the plat comes across here. Consistently with what we've done in the past is usually you've asked for that portion of the road to be dedicated. I know the surveyor decided just to go forward with this. He's willing to do whatever, I guess, at this point. I just think it's inconsistency because we're seeing it kind of go all over the place. Either you want it dedicated or you don't, so that I know what to tell surveyors.
I would move to approve the preliminary and final plat with the dedication being an easement, not a parcel, so we do not isolate a small piece of land on the north side. So I'd like that revision.
It's isolated. It's a plat by virtue of being on the other side of the highway. So I don't know that it matters.
It matters because the land on either side of this upstream and
I'll
downstream
second
does
it
not,
for further discussion.
the land either side of it does not have this set out as a parcel. It's an easement, just like a section. We do not need to have it off the tax roll like he's showing it on the plat. It's an easement across the property. Otherwise, we're going to be
Call the
called.
question. Okay, does everyone understand the motion? Okay. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No,
Motion carried.
I approve of the plat. I don't approve of what we did. That's all.
All right. Next one, Amber.
Well, that's the preliminary.
I did preliminary and final.
And
Same.
it was exempt. Yeah, that's flat.
Move to have the plat exempt.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second to make it exempt. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
So with that one, I'm telling the surveyor redo the plat, creating it was not a public right.
It's still a public right of way. It's just not a lot. Next one in the acreage.
Whitewood Creek Ranch.
So I'll talk about the next two sort of together, and then you can decipher the two plats. But these you have looked at and you approved the layout plans already. This is the two parcels off of the Whitewood Creek Ranch LLC. You've got Will, John, and Kylie are going to make their existing lot bigger, which is why you see 1 and 2 are, because they didn't want to leave a remainder. So they're platting both pieces. But basically the 1R increases their original lot size from 5 acres up to 15 acres. And then the remainder of that is the 24 acres. There is an easement that was existing at the time that the 5 acres was created. And what they will do is 1R will be deeded from the LLC, the Ranch LLC, to Will, John, and Kylie specifically, so they own their house outside of the LLC. And then the remainder, lot 2R, stays within the LLC.
Brother and sister.
And then the next plat is the sister, which is Abby Landfear. Same scenario, different location, but all on the ranch. It's a 10-acre piece that they're separating out specifically for their house. And then the rest of the ranch stays as a shared ranch between the two kids, which is Abby and Will John.
Okay. Is there a second sheet to this preliminary plat?
There's a number of them, yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Flanagan, where is the access for the, what is this Lampier?
For Landfear, it's coming right off of Whitewood Creek. I think you guys already approved the access.
We
Right,
approved the
didn't-
approach.
You guys approved that.
I don't see it,
For that.
I don't see the
I
right
did
way
that
on the preliminary, it's the driveways.
The driveway's not on there. We don't usually require a driveway.
Preliminary plat?
They just built it.
It
after
wasn't
this.
done when they did the
They
plat,
just
because
did it.
They
Yeah.
just did, you did this, I think, last month.
Right, so they submitted the documents, then we did the approach permit, they built the driveway is now built,
You want to act on it separately?
isn't it? One of them is out
Probably,
Yeah,
yeah.
they're not even adjacent.
And Will John's
Yeah.
is an exempt plat because he did the fire plan when he did it.
Okay, I'll make the motion to make that, it is exempt, or we
That
need to
one
make it
is-
exempt?
No, that one is exempt for the addition.
or
I
it's
guess.
already done.
It's already done.
Which one are we working on?
This would be Will John's, which is lot 1 and 2R.
Is that your motion, Mr. Flanagan, to approve those two?
Yeah, I will do that,
Preliminary and final?
Yes.
And exempt.
There isn't
There's no exemption.
Oh.
There is no final. We just
Okay,
have a
just
preliminary.
one, okay.
Okay, so your motion is to approve the preliminary, and who seconded it?
I'll second.
Yeah.
Okay, second.
It is
We have a
Mr.
motion
James.
and a second. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
And then Abby Lanfear's would be same motion, preliminary only. It was not exempt because they did do a fire plan, and we actually, I don't have it in here, but Rob sent me an update just like Friday that all they had left to do was burn some splash piles. They got everything done that they needed to get done.
And this is which lot?
This is
Lot one.
lot 1 of Stagecoach Boulevard.
I would move to approve preliminary. Is there final on this or
No, just
preliminary on lot 1? And it does, we have the fire plan in
Yep.
place, and it doesn't need to be executed till the final already executed. Okay. So I'll move to approve the preliminary plat as presented.
Second. Second. And we have a motion and a second. Further discussion. I'm gonna get clarification here.
Okay.
You've got this whole part as where the location is, but I'm assuming it's just the
It's just where the
northwest
road
quarter
is.
of that. I'm assuming this little slice is just the very top of this. It's not the whole piece. It's just. Thank you. Okay, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, next one is for Brent. This is a lot line exchange. It's really hard to see, but there's a little tiny triangle between the two parcels that they're moving. I have no idea why. It's just a little tiny piece. I can try to zoom in on it, but it's gonna be hard to see on this image, I think.
Just a lot line revision, do you need an exemption or not? Because I already have a fire plan.
This one, I put exempt on there because they're not having to do one with this one.
Okay. Do you need a motion to that effect?
Yes.
Move to declare exempt.
I'll second that. Okay, we have a motion and a second to declare it exempt. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, all the infrastructure's in place, everything meets the ordinance. Move to approve the preliminary and the final.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the preliminary as well as the final. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. They're just changing the two
It's
little.
like a little tiny
Well,
triangle.
and there's two pieces, but there's also a little tiny square for the existing driveway.
Where they just, yeah. And the funny thing is it's his son. It's a son and a father, so I don't know why they're doing what they're doing, but.
Okay, next one is final
It's fine.
plat for Black Hills Properties LLC.
Okay, so this one is a final plat only for lot 10, block 1. lot one, block 10, yeah, it was close. Lot one, block 10. This you'll see the next meeting as well. You're gonna see a development plan for this property. This is a lot though, as it exists. To me, they are creating it specifically for a possible commercial use, but even if the commercial use doesn't get approved, the lot can still stand alone. The zoning is still PUD no matter what. So it's just another lot within that subdivision. Access will come off of Embers Way. This is sort of where the water tank is. You know where the big green water tank is at the top of the hill there, Powderhouse Pass, where their water tank is, you can see off the highway. That's kind of the general vicinity of it. The water tank doesn't sit on this property, but it's sort of in that general vicinity. It's just this piece right here. So the highway is right here, but they don't access, off of Highway 14A. They access coming down their own road, which is Embers. So they actually have to sign the plat as the road district or the CID.
Where's the commercial along there? Show on the map.
There's several pieces along there that they want to create commercial.
Yeah, this piece right here is the property in question that they're platting.
Okay.
They're platting it as a planned unit development, which is what it is. You are going to see some development plans coming forward for this particular parcel.
Oh.
But that doesn't come before you till the 25th.
We indicated that in the very beginning.
It's right along the highway.
Planning and zoning recommendation?
Planning and zoning recommended approval of the plat. And there is no exemption, obviously, because it's within.
And there's no preliminary because it was already set out that way.
Correct. Yeah.
I'll make the motion to follow recommendation. Approve Trailside Edition Lot 1, Block 10, Powderhouse.
I'll second it, but I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Who signs as the highway authority?
Road district.
Thank you.
Or the CID.
CID, okay.
Yep, we don't
Okay.
sign these plats.
Then we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. All right.
If I may, Shannon, they already looked at your plat, if that's what you're here for.
Okay,
And they want you to turn it to an easement.
okay.
So,
Alright.
does that answer? So reprint and,
East right away instead of platted.
yeah.
Well, from here on out, that's the way we're doing it, no matter what.
That's what Commissioner Dybert wants.
Everybody's on the same page?
No,
But it passed as it is, so you have to do it that way right now.
4 to 1.
I understand that. But it's
Yeah.
really frustrating getting this far.
It
Now
used
I
to
gotta
not be
read-
that
Now I
way.
gotta redo things, I gotta go chase down landowner things. I just, hopefully everybody will get on the same page, and know how to do this right way.
Yeah, I wish he would too.
We're struggling with growth.
Okay.
Okay,
Evolution.
next item. Amber, second reading,
Alright, let's get in.
number 358,
Whoops.
British Mountain Ranch.
Yep.
Is that Roger back on the screen?
Yes, Roger should be here if you want me to flip back.
Can you hear us, Roger?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay.
Second reading.
Well, but they want to see this, right?
I just wanted to make sure.
Okay. So basically with this one, you guys have seen a little bit of this. I think you kind of know what's going on, but this is the change of zoning 358 for Spearfish Mountain Ranch. This is the portion of the property that is along the interstate right outside of Whitewood. It's kind of in that buffer area between the interstate and I can't remember. Whitewood Forest Acres. I was like, why can't I remember the name of it?
Mr. Chairman, I need to recuse myself for this.
Yes. So this is general location. You can see the blue here. This is all zoned ag. This is the current Whitewood Forest Acres, which is suburban residential. They are trying to do a change of zoning from ag to suburban residential on these parcels, and they will tie in city water, and then they will have septic systems.
In an agreement with the road district on.
Yep, and then an agreement with the extension of the road district, I guess, which is already in existence through Whitewood Forest Acres. And they've started that process. So
Amber, that's been completed. We have signed access agreement with the road district. I provided a copy to Bruce. So-
Okay,
Last week.
okay.
And Mr. Chairman, where does that agreement end then? Does that road district agreement continue on into the new
Yes.
proposed development?
That, no,
Or
it
is
just
it
stops at
stops
the end
at
and
the
then
line?
they would have to do their own.
Then they would do their own?
Yep, or they can have them as private roads if they choose to. So we'll see the subdivision of this next, and that's when we'll look at like how they're gonna
Okay.
extend the roads and
Connectivity,
all of that
ingress,
stuff.
egress.
Well, I'm not a huge fan of seeing ag ground go this direction, but this particular piece of property, it makes sense. You've got the interstate right there, and it borders these other developments. They're doing it right. They've got pretty much everything in place and coming along great, so I am in support of this.
I'm gonna make a motion to approve change zoning 358.
Okay, we have a motion, I'll second it, and then
Yeah, isn't there a sewage line along there somewhere?
There may be,
Like
but
Christensen?
I don't know yet. That what we won't answer those questions as part of a change of zoning. That'll come in when they do their plating, because they'll have to show any existing infrastructure or any of that stuff as we come in. I don't
I haven't think
know of one on that
I don't
side.
think there's sewer line, there's water line.
There's a water line.
Yeah.
Water line.
Yeah, there shouldn't be, because none of Whitewood Forest Acres has sewer.
No.
They just have a water line. Because they get water from the city of Whitewood.
From Whitewood, yeah.
Yep.
further discussion. Seeing none, I have a motion and a second for approval of the change of zoning. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
All right. So there you go, Roger. Anything else?
No, thank you. Just for you, Amber, could I meet with you on another matter Thursday morning about 9:30? Will you be in your office?
Sure. I have no idea. I'll email you when I get back to the office and let you know.
Okay. Yeah, you can let me know tomorrow too. I wouldn't be coming out till Thursday. So,
Okay.
okay. Thank
Tell
you,
the sheriff.
everybody. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay. 9:30. Another second. Ordinance 22-04.
So this is the zoning ordinance that you guys reviewed last time. After that meeting, I met with Randy. We went through his concerns. I've met with Eric and we went through, some questions and things that he had. And then we talked a couple of different times, and I know Richard, we've had, some questions and things too. So I guess I don't have anything additional besides those couple. We did make a few grammatical error changes, and I'll do another review before it gets published just to make
Textual,
sure.
but not context.
Yes, not context wise. We've gone through it quite a few times. I know the one big thing that I talked about Randy and Eric about was, is it, sometimes there's things that you wish it would be worded different, or, well, I like this wording better than this wording, but is the wording really the problem, or is it something that you can't support as it is? And I think we kind of talked through maybe some of those things, because if we do make any substantial changes, then we do have to go back through the public hearing process. So that's kind of where it's at. It's a second reading. You guys can choose what you want to do, I guess, unless you have anything specific for me.
Well, I had several things that I thought could be changed, but really I don't know how you could change it for the better. So
Okay.
that one right.
Gets complicated.
Yeah.
Commissioner
And
Platt?
I had some textual stuff too, but when I went through the parts, I had some concerns in the past about the way the site plan was set up.
Is that better? How we
I
tried
think
to-
it is. It might go too much one way. I don't understand we put it on paper or cloth, but it doesn't matter.
That was because of statute.
Papyrus. Oh, okay.
It
Oh,
was,
it's old
it
school
was
then.
because of what it said in the law of.
Yeah.
What she can,
Sure.
she legally, if somebody walks in with those types of papers, she has to report.
it's
That
just
makes
a
sense?
material.
Sure.
Yeah,
It's just
cloth,
interesting.
cloth or linen has been replaced by mylar.
Yeah.
And the statute still allows cloth,
Or linen.
mylar, either one, cloth, linen, or mylar. And I'm probably one of the only people that still has some linen product from the 40s.
It was interesting.
It's really hard to draw on, it's really hard to do anything on, but it does exist. So what we need to do is change the statute.
Anyway, that was the stuff that I'd gone through. I say I called her, I didn't get to before the planning and zoning, but I had her say, I get to sit in the dentist for a few hours on Tuesday, on Thursday.
Commissioner Diamond.
Well, my concerns were mostly on mineral extraction, large scale, small scale, and how we bounced around from one zoning district that had equal density to another. They didn't really marry up very well. But I think if you're going to do mineral extraction within a zoning district, that maybe you back zone, because you're going to be doing a surface mine anyway. The other thing was it was a little hard to figure out whether you could do crushing on a project in that zoning during construction, because that's extraction. And I think where we settled on that is when they come in and do their subdivision plans, you can approve that in the subdivision plans.
I think we've done that before.
That's what you
Because
did
the
with
portable-
Powder House Pass.
We did it down in Boulder Canyon.
And you did it in Boulder Canyon. You just said that you could do it as long as you can't sell the gravel outside that subdivision.
But in that zoning, it really didn't allow, it's questionable whether it was allowed. But I think if it comes in with their plans, then it's okay. Because the portable crushers are the new thing because of the hauling costs, and you're seeing a lot of it.
But I think the discussion at that time was it technically it wasn't really commercial extraction because they weren't selling it, they were utilizing it as part of the waste product.
And then in a perfect world, I would get rid of A1 and A2 and I'd call it R1 and R2. So we don't confuse taxation with zoning. But that's
But I
not something
promise it'll be there no matter what the name of it is.
Yeah. And that's just for clarification, because we get a lot of people that, what? Yeah, I'm ag. Well, no, you're zone park forest or you're zone rural residential. And so they're confusing it. And in my world, that confusion is constant. So if in a perfect world, I change those to another designation, even though the use is ag. Anyway, that's all I have.
I'm going to make the motion to approve zoning ordinance 2204. I'm going to thank planning and zoning board and the rest of the people that have worked on this. I know it's not easy to change or to edit ordinance, and I know it's always an ongoing thing. And I'm going to quote old Butto: "We're going to do something. We're going to move forward, even if it's wrong. Because we can always change it later."
I agree with Randy there. I've never liked that A2, and I don't think it applies to agriculture at all. If you're gonna change it to that way, you just got more area to store garbage.
Okay.
We always talk against it, and I still will.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion.
Sorry.
No, that.
We were all doing it.
Yeah.
Richard.
I would just say that Amber, as Amber alluded to, she did answer a lot of my questions, and it's certainly not a perfect document, but I understand these documents can consistently be tweaked. You just never quite get to that point. And most of mine concerns were wording changes that we can continue to work on.
Well, they're living documents that we can continue to work on down the road, but we've got to get past one point into the next, so.
One comment, as we move forward with the subdivision ordinance revisions, maybe we send that out to the commissioners early on. And
We have a different plan.
Okay,
We'll
good.
look at that later.
We don't want to have
We're
the
not
same.
gonna even go there.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion before us will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
So this will probably get published. I had tentatively published it for Saturday because with a document this size, the paper needs ample notice. So as long as we can make that work, we'll try for Saturday. If not, it just
20 days
pushes
for
the time off.
publication, but
Yeah, it's not a big deal. It's just we have to deal with the paper.
So we won't have this in effect for probably 25 days.
I would, yeah, if it's 20 days, if it works in the perfect world that it's in the paper on Saturday, I have it, what's the date on the bottom of that?
I'd just say a month.
May 5th. in
Of
theory.
2019.
So your submittal date for your next planning and zoning meeting is Wednesday.
Yes.
So everything that's submitted at that time frame will fall under the current ordinance.
Correct.
And so your May submittal will be the 10th, and you're anticipating that'd be under the new
May
zoning.
5th, yeah.
May 5th
May 5th is the effective date, so in theory, anything submitted
for the 10th.
May deadline.
Okay.
For the June meeting would have to follow current
Okay,
ordinance.
I just want to clarify.
And I will send a thing out to surveyors.
Going forward, we're contemplating some possible joint meetings between planning and zoning and the commissioner.
That'd be the way to do it.
Yeah. Okay, anything else, Amber?
I think the only,
Pardon?
yeah. So I had a couple of updates for you. I kind of left them to the end. So after talking with Eric, and I know Randy and I've had this discussion, and with Eric kind of still learning sort of the processes and where we're at, I would like to start. Eric.
Oh. Commissioner Jennings.
Sorry, Commissioner Jennings. Johnson. So what I'd like to start doing is the meeting right after planning and zoning every month. I'm going to go back to doing an update of what you're going to be seeing the next month. Because normally how I do it is the first meeting is plats, your second county commission meeting is like any of the ordinance revisions, conditional use permits, changes, zoning, whatever's coming forward. So I will have on here from here on out just an update like I did this one. I gave you the minutes this morning because when we have those quick turnarounds, it's hard for you to get like what happened at the last planning and zoning meeting. And then it's not for you to make any decisions. It's just to let you know what you're going to be seeing for the April 25th agenda. So with the April 25th agenda, you have quite a bit on that agenda. So I will probably get most of that in here probably by the end of this week, early next week. I'll try to get as much as I can in there.
In the drive.
In the drive, so you can always go in and look at those if you want to. Right now we'll have a change of zoning 360, which is the Backens change of zoning, which is the Backens pit. They are looking at subdividing those, changing the zoning in order to subdivide so the brothers can equally split the land, basically. One portion of the house, some of it not, but that's what they're looking to do in there. We'll see the development plan for lighthouse construction, and that is going to be the commercial development of one of the lots in Powder House Pass. This will be the first time we've seen commercial development come in, even though it's consistent with what they've told us even back from 2005 that we will have some commercial development. This will just be the first one. We're also going to see a final development agreement for that same property. So part of that process, what I asked for was a development agreement specifically related to kind of more commercial nature. So we're going to see that at the next meeting. We're also going to see a discussion item and possibly some updates for Paradise Acres, lots 124 through 132. The reason that you're going to see that again is I went back and looked in June of 2022. You guys chose not to make a recommendation either way on that preliminary plat that was submitted for that phase, and it was due to the water and fire consumption, we'll say the flows. And we have received those with an updated plan that has been approved by the DANR. So as I was going through that process, planning and zoning had approved the preliminary plat, so I'm not making it go back before them because it's sitting with you basically. It just nothing was done. So they have to resubmit. That's what I told them to do, resubmit the preliminary plat, and then they'll bring in all of the water stuff with that. So that's what we have coming up. And I will tell you over the next 3 months, right now I'm working on the next agenda, and I have 7 different changes zoning / conditional use permits. So you will have lots of public hearings the next couple months.
Commissioner Diver.
Well, on the water thing, the Department of Ag and Natural Resources approves of water design based on potable water. Our ordinance says you have to have 1,000 gallons per minute fire protection and 1,200 depending on where you're at in the ordinance. We're working on that now. So just because they approved it doesn't mean it meets our ordinance.
Right.
And this one does now with put a new tank in. So So that's what's going on with that application. Before they couldn't guarantee that fire protection that's in our ordinance.
That in on your end, Amber?
That's pretty much all I have unless you guys have anything. I mean, we're just ramping up. It's that season. So I would also expect I'm starting to get the normal complaints. As soon as snow melts, junk appears all of a sudden.
The weeds grow.
So
See it?
yeah, we're gonna do that. So that's kind of the next step with that, just so you know. And then we have one more item as an update. And it is for the CMV. Do you need to step away from the table, or are you good?
We'll let them turn.
Joan?
Well, we give it more thought. One of the questions was how the plat was set up, and we realigned some of that. So I think it's probably better if we just bring it back before planning and zoning.
Okay.
Sounds good.
That's fair. So I guess we aren't gonna have.
Okay, we're down to items from the public.
I'll get you that.
Okay.
Anyone in the public like to address the board with any issues, concerns? Bruce?
I'm good.
No concern? Huh?
John's just waiting to sign plats.
We're, items from the commissioners. Anything?
Well, let's do it. Yeah.
Okay, do we officially close or we just, we gotta switch orders here? Go
Well,
for equalization.
I have something for the commission.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We have a couple things here. Do we want to talk about the letter to the Secretary of Transportation?
In the packets,
Thank you.
we referred to a draft letter that I put together.
I don't know who did that.
Oh.
I don't know if you want to do it or not, but it was brought up, so.
The letter is making reference to the three locations that EOP's done a study on, and I'm pretty sure that all of us are comfortable with the location at exit 2 rather than 10 or 17, and Bruce took the liberty to come up with a letter that we'd like to get a signature on and get to the state, so that's where we're at on that.
I'll be there on the same week these guys are.
So, Mr. Chairman, I guess I would like to see the letter written a little stronger worded, perhaps, since instead of just saying that the exit 2 is the logical choice, I would prefer saying preferred choice. But
Well, that sounds good.
I'm gonna vote no on that.
All right. Yep.
Well, what a stick of
I think it's a logical choice. I do. I personally would I'd actually rather see that 10. I know. Can you believe it?
Mr. Tourism.
Litter.
Well, Eric, would you like to make a motion as such and change the reference language that you offered?
I would like to so move. Would you like me to verbalize that? Or?
Yes.
Yeah.
I would move that we send a letter as presented to the Secretary of Transportation with the amendment of including preferred along with logical. I would say logical and preferred choice.
Okay. I'll second that. Any further discussion? Mr. Diver.
When is the public input on this ended?
It was deferred, I think, to end of the month.
27.
Yeah, Thursday, I would get.
27.
Do we know how they're going to take our comments from our meeting?
No, I don't.
We don't know what they're doing with those comments, do we?
Better re-comment to 27.
They did make a comment at the end of their presentation the other day that sounded like to me ultimately that the DOT as well as the tourism industry help choose the site, which I was not happy to hear. I think we should have a solid footing on how we feel about it should weigh into this as well.
Well, to your point, at exit 10 we would, because they'd be crossing our property on our current plan, right? I'm just asking myself, is this the right time? Is there a better time after we get the public comments to be more effective with the letter? than now when all the public comments are being taken.
This is appropriate.
Maybe 2 letters are appropriate. One now and one later.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of allowing the chairman to sign this letter
As amended.
as amended? Or it,
Or
you just sign it,
amended.
Bruce?
No, that's a different letter. I'm
Well-
not gonna sign that either.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, it's a motion approved anyway.
Okay, change it and break it down.
You know what? I'm gonna abstain from that motion,
Which one?
the one we just did. If I could, please, I'll just abstain from the vote. It still carries.
Reason why.
Yeah.
Because I'm on the transportation committee. I just think I've got a conflict there. Since it's passed. The last item, we'd like to see the interim forest supervisor come to our next meeting. We'd like to send out an invite, an official invitation from the county commission, rather than sending this letter. And if you read the letter, we want to discuss these items with the individual in person. Since he's the interim and we've got a lot of projects going on and we're seeing some real issues with how our cooperative agency status is being interpreted.
I would be more comfortable with that suggestion than sending.
Yeah, but I think just have him come in and introduce himself. We can express our concerns, our project level concerns, our cooperative agency status concerns, and get to know the gentleman.
On the 25th?
Yeah, and so we need, I would ask that we send out a formal invitation and set up a time slot for that.
Is an email a formal invitation?
Well, if we have a motion alongside that, I would move to invite the acting forest supervisor to attend our next meeting to discuss projects throughout the forest. Yeah, it's Mr. Carter. He's an interim for 3 months.
Just to, you have your name and then you have Mr.
Did anyone second it?
I don't know.
I didn't draft that.
It's just a
I'll second it. Further discussion.
I'm a no on this and just strictly because I'm not at the next meeting. I would prefer if he came when I was here.
Oh, I would entertain moving it to the first meeting in May, but we do have some pretty fast track projects going on.
Yeah, but I don't.
So May
Ninth?
9th?
Yeah, board equalization. That's
Okay.
so.
I'm cool with that. My motion would be revised to have it at the first meeting in May.
Okay.
Thanks
All
for
those in
letting me
favor of the motion will say
know. I
aye.
will be here.
Aye.
I was gonna be
Opposed? Motion carried.
gone. One footnote, I fly in at 10:45 the night before that meeting, so hopefully my plane's not delayed.
Plenty of
For the May.
So 10 June?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't have, you got done very early. I didn't have board equalization starting until 10:30 and all there. On each agenda, it talks about times being approximate. I don't know if that really applies to the start time in board equalization. I guess I would.
Can we do some steps and stuff?
Yeah, you can.
Can you do the charitable ones,
What's that?
the non-taxable ones?
Perhaps that will work, I guess. Yeah. I just want to make sure that the public has ample opportunity to be present if they want it to be.
Well, would you rather wait till 10:30 then?
I kind of would, and I'm going to get them down here and get started too and get kind of transitioned.
By the time they get down here, get everything set up, it's getting pretty close.
We
We got cats
Should we go
to
ahead
hit the litter box.
And I can get your packets and
I'm going to
order
read
is
this
board
for
equalization.
Yeah.
So we need a motion to adjourn.
We did, I missed it, I missed it.
We did that.
And then we will just convene. We don't need a motion to convene.
You just convene as the board.
Yeah.
I'm going to mute the microphone for
You see what I'm saying?
you ready?
the section line changed. Because it was another part of the state.
Do a lot of history on that.
Someone has to make a motion for us.
Nope, you just need to,
Convene, I think.
just call the meeting to order at 10:30.
We have to change.
Nope, this is a scheduled.
You're wearing your hat now as Board of Equalization, Richard.
Okay.
Take
We
the other
gotta
one
take
off.
the oath.
We members of the Board of Equalization for Lawrence County. You just want me to read it.
Yes, please.
In the state of South Dakota for the year of 2023, being first duly sworn, depose, and say that we will fairly and impartially perform the duties as a members of the Board of Equalization for the county and state. That we will endeavor to equalize the assessments of all real property within the county. That we will seek to place upon the books of the tax jurisdictions within the county any property that may have been omitted by error or neglect of the assessor or Board of Equalization. We will faithfully and impartially perform all other acts enjoined on me by law to the end that all assessments within the above county may be complete and just and equal as between the property holders.
You got that in here?
I didn't put it in there, I'm sorry.
I thought it was.
You want to start with the tax exempt? Or which one?
Yeah, you absolutely can.
Or whichever.
Gonna start with the tax exempt stuff, Brett?
Yep.
Okay.
So there are 4 properties that we're looking at for getting a tax exempt status. One is the visitor center up in Lee, the science lab. I believe the state has taken that over as a visitor center and would like 100% exemption. So I go through just all of them, and then there were 3 churches that wanted tax exemption. They were all 100%.
That's 4 of the 3 churches in this.
Yeah, the visitor center, Connection Church, New Covenant Presbyterian, and there's 2 for New Covenant Presbyterian.
Okay, how do you want to handle them, one at a time?
Yep, I'll get a motion.
Okay,
And you can make motions, Bob, because you're all Board of Equalization.
there's some, I don't mind second.
I'll make a motion to approve the Homestead Visitor Center.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
And then it looks like, oh, that's okay, that's Connection.
Yeah, Connection Church and Spearfish.
Hasn't that been there for a while? Or is that
Changed ownership.
I don't know. I just know that. Apply for it.
720 North Street, 12th Street. That's
Is that
one that used to be the Baptist church, isn't it?
Or is that by the mill store?
That's the one.
Yeah.
And I think it just changed ownership.
Yeah, they bought it.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion to approve that one.
Second.
Motion and a second for approval. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
So then the third one, that one was for sale. Did that one sell to somebody else too?
Yeah, the Presbyterian
That one down at the end of Ames Street?
of Ames Street, yes.
Because I saw that one was out on for
And then-
sale.
The one
Real estate.
kind of by Jeremiah.
Is that sold? Yeah. It's right by.
Not that I know of.
I have a question. Is there
Yeah.
2 lots? Is that why there's 2 exemptions?
Yeah,
There's 2
the
parcels.
house would be on the one, the parsonage would be on the one, and the church on the other.
Oh, so they own the house next to
Yeah.
it. Okay. Gotcha.
We'll do those 2 together, shall we?
I will move to approve Lot 8A, Block 37, Ramsville Edition, 1140 Ames Street.
I'll second it. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye. And I
Opposed,
remove,
motion carried.
move to approve for 7A, lots 7A and 9, block 37.
Second. It's the other one.
Okay, motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carried. Okay, Brett.
All right. Mr. Chairman, I think, just so you know, the Ricksby's are here. I think they have an appointment at 1. I don't know if you want to take care of that
Appointment at 11.
for 11. 11. Sorry.
Well, if they're here.
Okay.
If they're here, let's go
Yeah.
ahead and do it. No, that's
No.
fine.
Yep.
We just
We're
read.
pretty easy going.
1. Oh.
That's okay.
Oh.
Why don't you come up and sit down? No problem.
We're really early.
It's the board of equalization, so you're fine. You're fine.
You can tell by the fact that we're here 2 hours early, you know, that
We're excited.
we're really, really excited to do something about these taxes. I don't know if it's gonna help any or not.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Well, my taxes on my house went up $400 this year. And there's been no improvements. And I realize that some people are selling their property for astronomical amounts. And the people, to be honest with you, the people that are paying those amounts are crazier than hell. But still, there's got to be a limit to this.
You want to know why?
I got 4 pieces of property up there. 2 of them have got people in it, well, actually 3 of them. They've got people in there that can't afford to pay more than what they're paying for rent. If I jack the rent up to where it probably should be, they're gonna have to move. And they can't afford to do anything else. You got a renter in there that draws $700 a month on Social Security, and that's it. She can't afford to pay $1,000 a month for rent. Now, I can be a nice guy like I think I am right now and let her live in there for less than $500 a month. And I could get $1,000 for it. So I'm already taking it in the shorts all the way around. But what the hell am I supposed to do? Now,
Do we have board members, equalization that want to address this?
Well, basically the value of the houses that he owns, of course, as he says, I mean, people are paying astronomical amounts. And so we've been raising those areas, not just his home, but many of the areas because of those sale prices.
22%? 22%.
Yeah.
19%.
Yeah. So that's, go ahead, Bruce.
Is it true, Brett, that the county levy did not go up for this year? Is that fair? So that
Well, the county levy went down, but of course it didn't go down and the school districts, I'm not sure about Meade County, how much they went down. They didn't go down as much as Lee Deadwood. But they did, but just not as much as the houses went up. I mean, their assessed values went up. And just as an example, I mean, my home in Deadwood went up 20% and my taxes went up 7%. So, I mean, the mill levy did go down, right, to account for that value increase, but not as much as, so. But yes, the property values are going up just because of sales. That's the only reason.
Brett, you're required by state law to follow a certain procedure, is that right? And that procedure yields the result that we're talking about here today. And correct me where I'm wrong. And so there's like sort of no cap. There's no 150% rule. There's nothing like that in state statute, is that right?
For assessed value, no. There, I know that there are some caps on budgets, I believe, but, which is why the millage went down, but, not in assessed value.
Commissioner Flanagan. Is it true that on their primary home, they could apply, depending on their age, for the elderly and or vet freeze, but only on their primary, not on any investment property? Is that correct?
Right,
Is
yeah.
that something that could
On
be
their
possible?
primary, that's, yeah.
And do they have that right now currently?
I do.
Okay.
I have the kids.
That doesn't count on any investment property I'm aware of, only
No.
only your homestead exemption.
Right. Right.
I see in the paper that the first 3 months of this year, there's $160-something million excess in the state. The governor's talking about $400 million excess from last year. Where the hell's all that money gonna go?
You can ask the
You know,
governor.
and-
Unfortunately, we don't handle the property tax. We only get to
I
deal with our
realize
portion
that,
of
but
that.
still, somebody needs to pass the word along.
Taxes go towards the schools.
So can you, if I might, I
Yeah.
apologize. So just like mine, or like, I think pretty much everybody at the table and everybody in the county, this is more or less a direct result with some small variation of the way the housing market has exploded in the last couple of years. Is that true? Is that what it is? Or
That
is there
is
another
absolutely
reason?
what it is, yes. And because we have to follow the market, the state requires us to be at market value or try to get to market value. Unfortunately, we have to follow that trend. I mean, it's-
Brett, if you're not at market value, the Department of Revenue come in and adjust a factor to make sure that you're at market value, so one way or another, it gets handled.
Yeah, if we left everyone at 50% of market value, the state would basically make a factor to get it up to 85%. So everyone's value would be multiplied by 1.5.
Yeah, up to.
Yeah. Yeah. So then the state would just do it if we didn't.
Right.
Unfortunately.
And I've got another question, because I know this had come up in the past. In fact, it came up last year. Commissioner Ewing had a neighbor, I believe, that owned some property and had the same discussions. It's like, well, I think she had a business downtown, and she had a home in Spearfish, and especially for the people that had owned property for a long period of time, the discussion was why are they getting penalized? Why are we getting penalized? I've been in my house almost 20 years now, and it's gone up a huge amount in 20 years, 18 years. Is there a way to just only so that the locals or the not the new people wouldn't get penalized for all the crazy prices out there? And there, as far as I'm aware, and I think last we talked about, there's no possibility in state statute that would allow for something. The only opportunity that's allowed, I believe, is to veterans and to persons over 65.
Paraplegics, anyone over 65.
Nothing that I qualify for. I know that. Which,
yeah.
But it was the same thing. It's how do you the only maybe light at the end of any tunnel would be that when you sell, hopefully you recover that money, but that doesn't help when I'm writing that check over to Deb in the treasurer's office for my taxes too. I wish it did. I wish there was a way to do that. Being in my house, like say almost 20 years now.
Wasn't there a program at one time that they freeze the property tax until the property was actually sold? And
there is something over 70. We're over 70, and it's kind of like a reverse mortgage, but in the sense of you don't pay. It's the taxes. I don't think the house value is frozen now. I believe it's just that you don't pay the taxes. The estate pays it later.
But is that on all properties you own or only on a homestead? That's a good question.
I don't know that. I don't.
Mr. Diver, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I had a question for the applicant, Mr. Rigsby. When you said your taxes went up $400, was that just on the one property or total? One property. How much did the other ones go up, ballpark?
I have it.
Bookkeeper can find it here.
And the 400 is on the one you live in, owner occupied? Okay. Well, while you're looking, I'll give you a little background. I've been in my house 22 years. and my taxes have doubled
Our
in that time. So
our home went up 400. My sister's rental, our rental, 300. Our log cabin, 400. And another one, 220. All four.
When you made the comment that, say you're charging 500 for rent, and if you had to raise it, you feel those people would leave, do you think that you could rent it for 1,000?
Absolutely.
We can't do that, it's my sister.
But that's not the only one. We have a single mom with 3 kids.
Sure.
She's on assistance for heating and other things. In no way that, I could raise it up what it should be. And the log cabin, we got a young couple in there that took out.
No, I understand, and I've got a piece of commercial property in Spearbeach that just from last year went up $1,000 out of my pocket more this year, and I'd like to be in there contesting them, but I didn't have the guts. But no, it's very unfortunate that we've had this huge influx of people coming in and, like you say, paying outrageous prices, and the growth in this county is just going nuts right now. And we're trying to get a handle on it, but it's tough. Commissioner Diver.
well, we have to follow state law.
I understand.
And our department does too. And state law says 100%, but they let us get a by with a margin. So we really are at 85 or 90 in most cases. And that's the acceptable margin that the state allows us. From a budget standpoint, our budget can only go up, our tax ask can only go up 3% growth. So that's why your mill levy went down this year, even though your values went up. So it's tough. It's tough. And when we can only raise our budget 3%, and we have the costs of paving and oil and gas and utilities going up, we're barely keeping up as a county. So the whole system has issues, right? And so what has to happen is the state needs to take the lead and do some legislation that makes everybody more amenable to that situation. But to these exact ones, some of these have mobile homes on foundations. Am I reading that right? One of them does.
No. No, there is a cabin.
Okay.
No, you have it right here. They're all
Oh, yeah,
right
they're
there. They're in there. Yeah.
That's the cabin.
May I see that, please? Can I see that?
Yeah. I have a couple copies.
Okay. And so from your perspective, Brent, you have compared these to other like properties and we're doing an equal assessment of them. That's what this board is all about, is equal.
Right, I mean, it's under what it would sell for at market, yes, that's correct, and and all of these homes went up the same percentage.
Randy, may I see it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can pass one down, I'm sorry.
That would help.
Here, that's one of them.
I know it's no consolation, but you can go down to the state, and complain to them too, like.
Right here.
Yeah, up here.
You mentioned
Put a
something.
moratorium on or something on the ballot. I don't know what else to do.
If enough people in the whole state come, why, at least maybe they'll listen.
Well,
We gotta
I
get
just
something
wondered
done
why.
different.
You mentioned something about being 70 years old. If the renter is 76, can we get a break?
No, it's the property owner. If it was in her name, then she could do something.
Most of those discounts apply to owner occupied.
Yeah.
Do you have this on all of them?
Yeah, I have another one here. This is for 20750 Bauer Avenue.
That's beautiful. That's
You got one more?
I do.
Right, you have one.
Try to share.
That's for the other one.
Okay.
I'm looking at this one page right here that right down the street from me. The guy was in there, well, the couple died. And it was bought. The man had it for like 9 months and sold it for almost $100,000 more than what he paid for it. Now, no way in hell that piece of property appraisement went up that much in that short a period of time.
Yeah, that's on the 1226 Geiger Road.
That's our cap.
Yep, yep. That's the sale number 3.
Jagir.
Merrick Jagir,
Merrick
the
Jagir.
surveyor.
Yeah. Named the road after himself
Yes.
Oh, what's the name? How
before he
yeah.
fled the country.
Yeah.
Jagir. That's how you pronounce it.
Trouble is, we have people coming in from places like California and sell their property for $750,000. They come here, they can pay a lot more than this and still be.
Absolutely.
Well, when you
And
see,
I understand that and I realize that, but that doesn't help.
It doesn't, no.
that's, you know, they try to get more than one property and then they'll assess up and down based on square foot, the
So
lot
this one-
size. You know, you've got,
this one
they
is
get like
pretty
the
much-
1 and 2 on
it's
this.
a
I don't
really
know how
rough
long the
shape.
person's owned
That's
on
why I
Story
actually got
Lane.
some lot sales,
It's a bigger
foundation
lot.
sale for it. What a type
You know,
of-
and it's got a smaller garage, and then they go through and then they try to average that out.
We have it assessed.
And I don't know if she went through all those things with you or not. Normally they go through all the ups and downs. And so if there is one that's a winger that, you know, somebody happened to come in and buy it for whatever reason, maybe they owned the property, decided had a ton of money and wanted it just to make the place bigger.
I keep up with what's going on in the neighborhood there, and I'm familiar with almost every one of the houses on the sheet. I know about the structure and the history and so forth. I'm looking at this place on Story Lane. That particular house right there, I happen to know that the basement walls are falling in on it. And the old boy that built it years ago, when he put it together, he used old car frames for floor joists and so forth. You can walk in the basement, look up and see them right there. Yeah, I mean,
Well, but that sold for $140,000 more.
yes.
So that's
crazy.
kind of arguing against yourself here.
But
suggest maybe we're undervaluing the property that you have compared to that one. I mean, I don't want to have an argument about quality construction. That's a whole other decision. That's a different. But again, to go when it sold for that much money and yours is only assessed at, you know, 60% of that, 70% of that. It's, you know, that's a pretty.
I figured if I didn't come up here and complain, you guys wouldn't know that anybody was unhappy.
Well, I'm right there with you. Yeah, I guarantee there's no one at this table that enjoys writing those checks. But it's
all her fault.
It's good.
Welcome to your new job.
Yeah. A little earlier, it was called magical. Not anymore. Right down.
Did you bring donuts this morning?
Yeah.
While you're magic?
Well, we wanted to voice our objection. If you can do anything for us, fine. If you can't, I understand that too.
Question for Bruce, if I may. Bruce, what's their, beyond us, what's their next option if they wanted to go to the next level?
Well, there's opportunity to go to the Board of Hearing Examiners in here. That's the option that most people that want to appeal choose. You could also go to circuit court too. That's a little more involved. But
Those are the other options beyond
Yeah.
us. I just wanted them to know that some exist. And I'm sure Bruce or Brett can explain those to you in more detail.
Well,
You know, I looked through these and I'm not seeing a big speed bump here, folks. I mean, the lots that are just selling vacant lots help justify the prices. It's unfortunate.
and I mean, we're required by statute to go by comparable sales. And unfortunately, the sales the last couple of years have been through the roof.
Absolutely.
The county really doesn't, we only have certain things we can look to change those. And there's nothing here that I see, just like you said, that says that we can change it based on, again, just the information that we have, you know, and really it's, at the end of the day, it's pretty much based on the other sale. as far as, I don't know of any other option other than, like I say, the veterans exemption, the handicap exemption, and the elderly.
The tax rates.
And even if there was a wholesale change, it's kind of a sort of an objection on behalf of the county commission. As we referenced earlier, the Department of Revenue would come in and they would just adjust it, but apply a factor anyway. And so, there's really, unless and until the law changes or the circumstances change with the market, I think we are where we're at.
And the key word here is equalization, and I think you're being treated equally.
It doesn't mean that anybody's happy.
That's right.
But unfortunately,
Happiness is not included in the state.
sorry, sir.
What was it
Yeah.
on the-
Yeah.
To hold the.
Thank you for coming.
Thanks for your time, and once
When
again,
did you
sorry
put
we
my
read the time wrong.
Oh,
No problem at all.
Hold
We'll
on.
make a
It
motion.
gets to the point that some people, they don't understand how to pronounce it, I
Well, I
guess.
wish we could have done something for you, but I need.
I'm gonna make a motion to deny the appeal on parcel number ending in 141-12 at 12220 Evergreen Road. I guess that's the person in my pile, I don't know.
Yeah,
It's probably easier to go the other way. Well, we'll just do it this way. The one at 142-08, which is going to be 12/2/16 a year.
Your motion.
To deny the appeal.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
That was 08.
Yes.
And 14600.
20798 Fowler Avenue.
I would make that motion.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second of denial on this parcel. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
We have 141.
4307.
Which is
I mean 70, 143.70?
Yeah,
What I
is-
said?
No, you said 07.
207 Power.
So 143-70 is the parcel ID. I would make a motion to deny that one.
Okay, we have a motion and a second of denial. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. There's this. The last one, 141-12.
Yep.
I move to deny.
Move deny.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second for denial. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
We appreciate your time. And,
Thanks.
and your
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for coming in.
Thank you. Brett, can I get the last variable?
Yes.
for-
Yeah, we did. I.
Thank you.
You heard it.
Okay, sounded unanimous to me.
So we're going back to
Okay. PW Gas and Convenience Store.
mail-ins.
Correct. Yeah.
For the next ones that we have actual people coming in, do we have the sheets on those like we got in the middle of that presentation? Be nice to have those right off the bat to go across the front with them when they're having that discussion.
All right.
Yes, we have those for you.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah. I suppose I need one too.
Okay.
That's like,
Fellas, I think we ought to encourage everybody to go on to the state. I think we ought to encourage them to go on to the state.
I mail those sheets also to them when I send them the results. I send them where they can, I send them where they send it to, when they have to do it. All of that when I send them the decision of this board.
Okay.
So they all are aware of that.
Oh,
Yep.
good. Yeah, I think
Yep.
that's important for us
Yep.
to do.
Yep, I do send that with them.
The thing about OAC voters is that it is more of a value situation. So when you go to OHE, you're speaking of value. They don't necessarily speak of tax. So in order for them to go to OHE, that's what they will be presented with. It's just the value situation. In order for the taxing to change or what have you, we would have to have constituents going to the legislative meetings or so on and so forth to change that legislation. OHE is simply based on just
on
value.
Richard, if I may, Mr. Chairman, that's why I asked the questions that I do, because it is a strictly legal analysis. And so the question for the OHE judge is the property assessed at more than its true, full and true value? And that's the only issue. And what Western
Yes,
it is not assessed at more than that. And so what we're all recognizing is a policy issue, right? That OHE cannot correct.
Okay.
Yeah, cannot correct.
All right, so VW, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I'm just gonna say, we need to send a message somehow that.
Contact our senator.
Yeah.
Okay, Randy.
There is a summer task force. Okay. Yeah.
So Richard, you need to grab that pile there that says mail-ins.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at now.
Oh, all right.
Yep. All right, VW Gas Convenience. Ryan LLC, I believe, is the name of the company that appealed for them. And I attempted to contact the gentleman's name on here, but the woman that answered the phone said there was no one by that name and had no extension. So I emailed the stuff to him, but I'm not sure if he exists at this point. I have some sales comparables to this is the gas station over by Walmart. It actually sold in 2018 for $1,247,000 itself. Right now we have it assessed at $969,600. They did send a cost analysis, which I believe you got in your packet. And I just want to point out some of the things they want it to be assessed at $791,700, but yet they forgot to put in the office building behind it that's also on the property. And they put in 30% depreciation when they put in hundreds of thousands of dollars in it the last couple of years to renovate it. And
recently remodeled in the last year or so.
I was in there this morning and went, oh geez.
Yeah.
It's completely different.
And the use that they tried to cost it at was totally, it doesn't include a gas station part of it. The convenience market is just food. So in that use, so it just totally was not a very good cost analysis. But beyond that, comparables, we have the gas station in Whitewood that sold for $1,235,000 in December of 2020, and it was obviously built a lot older building. It is it's bigger, but it's still the sale of their own gas station for 1.2 kind of is telling. I also included Valley Corner gas station sale for 1.8 in 2015. 2,188 square feet, so smaller, older construction. And then the last comparable is the new one on exit 17 Upper Ridge. Now that's a lot nicer, and that's why it sold for 3.8 million. But these are kind of the gas station sales that have taken place over the last couple of years, just to show you where it sits.
So what is the mail-in? Is this their contesting?
So this is, they're contesting it, and I was not going to stipulate a lower value because I didn't think these up to market.
Go ahead.
So why isn't it valued at 1.2?
Well, it's valued
If we're
as
going to be
opposed to
equal,
other.
if we're going to be equal, why isn't it valued at 1.2?
So at this point, all these gas stations are not valued at what they sold for.
They're
And
not.
so no. So the costs are not. So in a sense, they're probably all fairly valued to each other, right? But they're not up to market.
But that's not shown on this graphic.
No, I didn't put the assessed values on here. No, I didn't.
The assessed values are on this front page here.
Or just for that one?
For the one.
Yeah,
for
Yeah.
DW.
yeah, but it doesn't
But I-
give us the comparables,
Right.
what their assessed values are.
Similar to residential properties, we're not at 100% of what they sold for at this point, just because the market has been so really crazy. I did put some land sales on the back just to show you what the land right around there is selling for. That new car wash, they bought that 1.8 acres for $800,000. And right next to that, the 850 for May of 21 and December of 20. So for 850.
Well, being I can make a motion, I'm gonna make a motion to deny.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
And just to make a comment about being at market value, we deal in costs that are in arrears. So Marshall and Swift gives us a cost guide service that allows us to use costs, but they're older costs. They're not brand new costs that are today relevant. They're actually a couple years old. It's a 5-year process. So being at market value is very tough when our market is imploding by 60% a year at this point. So we're going to be behind the market on almost every single property at this point, because again, our cost guide service only allows us price per square foot based on quality of construction.
Yeah, when we tax arrears, we're always gonna be chasing.
Yeah, we're always
went up or
chasing.
down, but
Yeah.
okay, do we have this, something for this next one? I'm trying to figure out.
Is there a handout for the?
Yes, I have. Oh, sorry, Richard, I'm
That's
gonna
all
give you a paper
great.
cut right on top. I made one for everybody. So you don't have to
We can
share.
share.
This is a mail-in from Crick Mountain LLC. Gentleman's name is Timothy Gustavson. His reason for appealing is in 2022, we received a 6.22% increase, and this year in 2023, we received another increase of 12.72%. This project is seasonal use and has no heat. The newer addition was added 3 years ago and has no heat or running water. So we are hoping to keep the taxes manageable. Thank you. So what I did, because I don't have a whole lot of what we would consider bunk houses in North County, they're mostly South County, I pulled all the South County bunk houses as comparables. As you look at Crick Mountain LLC, the assessed value is $107,990. We have 4 or 3 other bunkhouse sales that also have no heat and no running water. Now, again, these are in Galena, so it's probably what you would consider a superior area as opposed to Crick City Road. And they probably have a little more usable area because this property is on a hillside and it is very sloped. But the first comparable is on 0.26 acres. Our subject is on 4. It sold for $185,000 in May of 22. The second comparable is on 7.47 acres, and of course this is larger than the subject itself, but smaller as far as square footage goes at 446. It sold for $200,000. And then the third comparable was on 9.5 acres with 420 square feet of livable, and it sold for $177,000. The last 2 are land sales that lay right off of Crook City Road, and the land sales themselves of 2 acres and 2 acres, which I would actually consider about 2 acres of the subject property usable according to my aerial. The land sales themselves indicate that he is somewhat undervalued.
I would agree.
So I vote for no.
Whether the structure was there or not, I think that piece of property, the acreage itself would sustain what you've got to value that.
Right.
Motion denied. Second.
We have a motion and a second for denial. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Pass one down.
You what? Slowed up the sales when I see prices. Yeah.
Bruce, I'll- That's correct. So he has a lot out on Hakama Road. Due to the sales over the last couple of years, this year I conducted a land study on all of the lots out on Hakama Road. I came across 6 or 7 lots that they were either in the wrong neighborhood or they had massive adjustments on them. When those adjustments were put on, I have no idea. But just for instance, the subject is a 6-acre lot. And due to it being in the wrong neighborhood and having a huge adjustment, we had it valued at $12,000. So while I did the sales study, I kind of found that some of the adjustments were either completely unwarranted or needed to be drastically reduced. They've been underassessed for years. I did leave 25% for an adjustment on his lot just for potential access issues that we'll talk about. But between reducing his adjustment and putting it in the right neighborhood and raising the land table in that neighborhood generally, he went up $33,000 from $12,000 up to $45,000. In our phone conversations and in the letter that he sent in with his appeal, he's mainly citing access as a detriment to value. So first we'll run through that comp grid real quick. Like I said, subject is a 6-acre lot off Hakama Road. It has no direct access off of Starview Lane. Comp number 1 is a 5-acre lot. The northeast corner of comp 1 is 40 feet from the southeast corner of the subject lot, but it does have direct access. As you can see in that photo, the road actually cuts that lot in half. It sold in 2021 for $178,000. Comp 2 is a 3.1.
Hold on. I've got this, it shows the road here and the subject property is in blue and there's no, I don't see a road going across.
Yeah, no,
You're
comp
talking
1.
about this. Oh, okay.
Yeah, comp
That's
1.
where
Yep,
Which one on the map is comp 1?
The $178,000 2021 sale. Comp 2 is a 3.1 acre lot. It's about 100 yards from the northwest corner of the subject. It also has access issues, but it would be with the Forest Service, not other landowners. In fact, that lot actually got appealed in 2012 over access issues. So it also had one of these massive and obviously unwarranted adjustments on it because it sold for $230,000. Comp 3 and 4, both of those I chose just because they have secondary access on Forest Service roads. They're both about a third of a mile off of an access road, and they sold between $12,000 and $18,000 an acre. The subject is assessed at about $7,500. So on that map, you can see the first 2 comps and their proximity to the subject, but maybe more importantly, the 2 lots to the southeast of the subject. The 2013 sale is a much larger lot, but it would have faced identical access issues as the subject because it also has no direct access off of Starview Lane. But those issues were apparently resolved because a mobile home and a shop were built in 2015, 2016. And it sold.
Got a question for you, sir.
Sure.
When you say they don't have access, you're talking about physical access,
Right.
not legal access. Because you haven't done the title search on it to see if they have legal access or not, right?
I haven't, no.
Okay, so you're talking about physical.
He was talking about doing it.
But physical access is what you're referring to for values.
Right. I mean, there's no road to the subject. There's no. He doesn't have an easement to get to.
How do you know that?
That's just what he told me.
Okay, so you have not researched easements.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So that sold for $4,000 an acre, and that was a decade ago, before all the market changes that we've seen. That 2014 sale would probably have just as much access issues, and it sold for $6,000 an acre. And I've provided you guys, well, I kind of talked to Bruce about this. He gave me South Dakota Codified Law 31-22. It has to do with isolated tracts of land. And then he also gave me 2 commissioner meeting minutes from 2016, where as far as I can tell, the owner used that codified law to gain access to his property. So when I spoke with the guy on the phone, it's basically, I'm sure it might be an issue if you can't come to an agreement with an adjoining landowner, but it's a solvable issue. And like I said, I left a 25% adjustment on Bill's lot just because, it doesn't have direct access like the ones that are on the road. And just the nature of this job is that if I do a land study and I uncover lots that have been underassessed, I'm obligated to fix them. I've got to fix them. So I can't leave land assessed at $2,000 an acre.
So on the 2022 sale, the 3.1 acres at 229,000, if I remember right, that lot has an intermittent stream on it.
Yeah.
So that's why it's sold a little higher as it's got water.
Right. Yeah, and I would never put 230 on the subject.
Right. Yep.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
But I can't leave the subject assessed at $2,000 an acre when that lot sold for 37 times that. So I still have it adjusted down. I understand the sticker shock, but I recommend no change because I don't think that lot's worth $12,000.
And there's no ag exemption here.
Nope, it's just a 6-acre lot.
I would move to deny.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for denial. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carried. First thing you want to break the law.
People, I think sandwiches are on the way.
Okay. All right. Unity Holdings.
Yeah, this is a mobile home in Spearfish Canyon. It was hit by the tornado, and now the rubble has been removed. Brenda, I didn't get a signed STIP back, but I'm still going to recommend to remove the structure value of $3,330.
This is the one about the fire hall.
It's on, Billy Lane, yep.
So this would be a STIP and not.
Correct, yeah. But we don't have a signed STIP, but I still have to recommend just because the mobile home's not there. So the total assessment would go from $123,970 down to $120,640, just land.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the
Can I
motion
get my-
say
can I
aye.
get a
Aye.
STIP?
Yes.
Opposed?
Very much.
Carried.
And guys, Nope.
Nope.
The subject property is located in the back of Big Springs, and they have 4.39 acres. House was built in 2008. He was just concerned more about his lot value, but I have to do the overall value since he has a house on it. Average quality, 1,000 square feet, 2 bathrooms. His value is at $284,540, but I found 4 sales in the same area, all back in 2-Bit Springs. Well, not all of them. One's in Tehancala, which is a little further back. Main Road, 2-Bit Springs Loop, and 4-Bit Place. Let's see, Lot Tour, the Tehancala has 4.02 acres, really similar, built in 2013, average quality home, almost the same number of square feet, and no basement, and they have a basement, and they have they do have a garage, but that sold for $499,900 in September 21. The next one on Main Road sold in 21 as 5.98 acres, built in 2006. A little bigger, but not much. 2 bathrooms, seating, no basement, no garage. Sold for $395,000. So just from the prices, the next one was $369 and $525. I just can't recommend changing his value or shipping it lower. I think it's below market.
I've got a question on your layout here. This
Yeah.
one says it's got total square footage, 1,078, then basement, you got 1,580 feet. Which would suggest the basement is much larger than the main story, and your total square footage can't be less than your finished basement square footage.
So the basement is bigger than the main floor.
Okay, so the total square footage then is 2,600 feet?
Right.
So we just need to adjust the way you do total square footage on the sheet.
Okay.
We'll know that. Okay. Interesting.
Motion to follow recommendation and no change.
Second.
Did you have a comment as well?
Well, I think the garage doesn't have a basement under it. Is that right?
From the way the picture looks, but again, it still shows there's 500 square more in the basement. So
it is a little confusing.
They must, I don't know if they got a big root cellar or something underground.
It's just a larger. They just only put house on part of it. I guess that was what I'm trying to say. Yeah,
they're saying you must have a root cellar there.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to deny. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Corwin.
Maybe good afternoon. I have 3 copies here.
Bert Corwin.
I have 4 copies here.
Just one now, Rich.
Makes it hard to get from the car.
Okay.
Our homeowner, Bert Corwin, wrote into us from Rapid City. He submitted an appeal for a percentage increase of assessed value of his property at 21130 Lost Camp. He let us know that he would be out of town for the Lawrence County Board of Equalization Appeals. He also acknowledged that since we were not able to schedule a complete inspection of the property, that I would be recommending that the assessed value not change. The owner was mailed copies of the comp sheets and is aware of it. And I spoke with him 2 times. And the first time he was very pleasant about the appeal, but was unaware of the sales going on in Lost Camp. And the second time we spoke, he said he had now seen how the sales had been going and for the prices that the properties have been going for up there. So the comps that I have here, it started with a slightly inferior property where it was built in 2005, newer, but less square footage, but 2-story over no basement, where our subject has a basement, but it came close to their assessed value at 514 Salem. Comp number 2, built in 2006. It is 602 square foot less than the subject property. It's on a smaller lot, 2-story over basement, detached garage. It sold for $660,000. Comp number 3 is 2015 build. It's only a little bit smaller, or a little bit bigger than the subject property in square footage. It's on a smaller lot, 2-story over basement, and attached 2-car garage. It sold for $720,000. Comp number 4, built in 2014, has a little bit less square footage. It's on a smaller lot, 1.5 story, no basement, no garage, sold for $619,000. Comp number 5, built in 2018, has 104 square foot less than the subject property. Is a smaller lot, 1.5 story over basement, no garage. It sold for $575,000. I did provide additional information with comp number 6, and it is a recent listing of similar comparison to the subject, and it sold this January for $975,000. So prices continue to go up in the Lost Camp area. Due to the multitude of comparable sales in Lost Camp neighborhood, I'm recommending no change.
Mr. Chairman. So the assessed value is going from 471 to 521. Is that the change?
Yes.
And he's asking to lower it to.
He had requested 471.
Okay. Move to deny.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second for denial. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Lauer?
No, this is over at the Bird.
Oh, you're right.
Okay. It's not bodies, it's about. Okay. Need one more over here.
Okay, this is west of Spearfish into Berg subdivision of the Hillsview Road in that area of acreage homes. This lady is an elderly widow. She's been in the home 30 years. Actually, honestly, her issue is kind of like the Riggs fees, more of an increase in taxes than value. She didn't honestly disagree with the value as much as she's concerned about the tax increase. She did make an appointment with me to come out and look at the property. To be honest, I found a few things that would actually increase her value a little bit, but of course, we don't apply that. So if you'll look at the sales grid, prior to when they purchased it in '94, someone had built an addition off the back. So this actually has more square feet than my comps do. The sizes of the lots are similar. These are all bi-levels. And what I think this also adds a full building. So if you look at the subject property, I have her assessed value, including the full building. And then I also have the assessed value where I took out the value of the full building, took my comparable properties, and took the sale price per square foot. And in blue, as you can see, the sale price per square foot of my comparable sales is substantially more than the sale price or than the assessed value of the subject property without the full building. Sale number 1 is on top roll. That is closer to what I would call Spearfish, but it's still outside city limits. Sale number 2 is on Ferry Road. There again, that's also closer to what I would call Spearfish City, but still outside city limits. Up there off of McQuiggan Road and Highway 14 intersection. And then sale number 3 is actually right across the road from her. But that one has been renovated, which we're unaware of because that was renovated without any building permits. But if you look at the sale prices of those actually very well support her value. Sale 1 and 3 actually don't have any secondary buildings that are of any value. The only one that might have secondary buildings is sale number 2. But that still comes very close to supporting her assessed value based on the sale price.
What was the assessment last year or prior to this on hers?
Prior to 2023.
Yeah.
I think everyone out there got about 20%.
336, 240.
336, 240.
Yes, 336, 240. 405, 10. I think everyone out there went up roughly 20% based on market sales analysis.
Where did you get that number?
They're on, like, if you look,
That page.
yep, you're on the right page. Right, it says current and prior. Come down a little bit.
Appraised
to the-
values.
Right, right there.
To the right side.
Right there, right where your pen is. It says current and
Okay,
prior.
there, thank you.
West of Spearfish are kind of broken up into, there's a couple of areas that have under 1 acre or half acres, there's smaller acres. Those are in separate neighborhoods, and the acre plus, those are in different neighborhoods as well. Because of course, properties with an acre or more are going to sell differently than properties with an acre or less. So they are broken up out there into several different neighborhoods based on the kind of size of the lots. There are like 2 pockets with smaller lots. And those are in a different neighborhood because of that exact reason. A home with half an acre is going to sell different than a home with an acre to an acre and a half to 3 acres. So when I'm looking for comps, I do try and find, like, these are all roughly a half an acre or less. I recommend no change to value.
Well, which would be your increase of 405.
Correct.
Move to follow recommendation tonight.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carried. We're gonna break for lunch. Come back at noon. What time do you guys want to come back?
We can go back and do. And then
1
we'll
hour
go
longer
on.
if you want. All right.
Take a short lunch.
Go home. Okay.
Brandon, let's turn back.
Liz, did you mute? Right here.
It's gonna be that. I got it.
You should be.
Back online.
All right, Miss Brett, whenever you're ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Sure.
What are we going back to here?
Mail-ins, Harold Baker, Harold and Sheila Baker. I'll have you pass those down for me, Richard. Well, this one I shorted, so.
That's okay, Bruce and I.
Okay.
Yep.
Do I need to read this 4-page letter, Brenda?
Say again.
Do you want me to read this 4-page?
There's two there.
Oh, okay. Sorry, did I?
You got 3 here.
Oh, I did, okay.
They have copies of the 4-page letter
Okay.
if they want you to read it, but otherwise they can
Make note of it.
take note of it.
Yeah, okay.
The house was built in 1920.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So Harold and Sheila Baker had sent in a letter about their taxes going up. Basically, that's the gist of the letter, and how it's unfair that we are taxing them out of their home. It's basically the same conversation I have with a lot of people at this point. I did try to make contact with them twice. Finally got a hold of Harold Baker on Monday the 3rd. Asked him if I could do an interior review and an exterior. He refused entry and refused for me to come out. So I told him that was fine, that I would just put together my comp reg and present to the board. So the first is the subject property. It's on 5 acres just behind the Apostolic Lutheran Church off of Old Bell Road. There are 1,240 square feet of living area, and in the basement there is a minimal finish of 1,072. The assessed value on the property is $193,030. I extracted land value because I had to use some comparables that were within the city of Spearfish. One, I don't have a lot of 1920 homes on an acreage like that have sold. Typically, they stay in the family for a very long time. And so I did extract the land values out of the comparable sales. So the first comp I have, which is probably one of the better comps, is a house that was built in 1930. It is off of Christensen Drive. It has 523 square feet. It is built on a slab. The sale price in 21 was $180,000. If you look at the extracted price per square foot, it's valued at $267.68 a square foot, as opposed to the $100.68 on the subject. The next one is an actual bare land sale that is right in that same subdivision that our subject is located in. It's 3.65 acres. It sold for $200,000. That in and of itself tells me that that 5 acres is probably worth well over the $193,000 I have it valued at. The third and fourth comparables are within city limits of Spearfish, and again, they are built in 1910 and 1932. The square footage is smaller, and then the price per square foot with land extracted is at 186 and 161. The interesting thing about Harold refusing entry is that there have been significant improvements made to this property based on the aerial that I have. And I did let them know that we had no building permits for the addition, the enclosed porch and the new driveway. So I will be reviewing that property this summer so I can make sure that that record is correct. So as of right now, at this time, I'm recommending no change based on the fact that I didn't get a review at all.
I don't have the issue on what the assessment was last year.
Right.
It's not on here.
Oh, that neighborhood went up 10%, so it went up about $20,000 from the assessed value. So it went from like 173 to 100.
So you have a 5-acre parcel with a well and a septic and power and a driveway.
Yes.
For $68,000.
Yes. Well, it's
And mine's at 90. So this isn't equal.
No, it's also not. It's also, what do they call that? You're not going to build your house beside that house.
Right.
There's a term.
That would be.
I know. I can't remember it. It's when you have a whole neighborhood. There's one really nice house and a bunch of them that aren't.
Conformity. It's conformity.
The other question I have, if I may, is have they applied for the handicap or the 70 and over?
They actually did apply. Sorry, Brenda. They actually did apply, but did not give any income to treasurer.
So.
The other thing you'll notice, Randy, is that this house was built in 1920, and I would not compare your house to their house.
Yeah, that's why I just stuck with the property.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, the one on Christensen Drive is at the little one by the old ranch across from the campground. Now
Yep.
They've just got it on the market for 190.
Yep.
And then the other one would be up by the old high school. There's one up there.
Yep.
Carriage House.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Mr. Ruth.
All right, I'll make a motion tonight.
Second.
Because they're fighting over the motion. I'm gonna trouble.
And a second of denial, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carried.
Oh, yeah.
Great. The next one is Jeffrey Cole. And Jeffrey Cole is appealing his owner occupied. I don't know if you got the letter. I'm ready to appeal the decision. Get that letter. To deny my owner occupied certificate. I did not occupy the property because my property was not finished until after November 7th. Also, he says that an owner occupied property did not exist as of the 2022 assessment date. Therefore, I should be assessed taxes on the land only. Which is, there was a building there as of November 1st, so it should be assessed. I did look into the owner occupied classification, and he did sign, the instrument date is of July 15th, 2022, but he didn't file until November 10th. And then honestly, I looked through the owner occupied stuff and I couldn't figure out whether it was really instrument date or filing date. It doesn't really say in here whether, so he owned it. I mean, he just hadn't filed the ownership, the deed.
Say that again. Did he was his closing on November 7th?
His closing was, I believe, on November 7th.
So he wouldn't own, he may own the property, but he doesn't own the building until after that closing. He wouldn't have a completed deed, a perfected title until the closing.
He didn't occupy.
And so all of the taxes would have been up to date at that time, right?
Sure, already did that. Bring the closing.
So the prior year.
Right. And what was due the following year in that.
So what happens if somebody goes into a house on December 1st? Closes on December 1.
On even November 1?
No, December 1.
December 1. They don't get owner occupied.
So they end up paying a year taxes on.
Non-owner
If I were to, well, okay, except mine was commercial, so it didn't matter. Because I think I sold my business on November 6th last year, but it was a business. But if that would have been a house that I sold to someone else, my house I sold to someone else, they would get 1 year of non-owner
Well, but on December,
But that's what I'm asking. She would know, or she should know.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah.
Just, I don't have, I mean, we could.
here's my question.
So
If
let's just-
I closed on December 1st, then my taxes from January 1st to December 1st would be taken care of closing, even though they're not due till the next year.
But for the next year, the year that you're gonna pay right off the bat. You're paid in arrears. Well, you're prorated ahead.
Yeah, so that would go.
Yeah, let's
Brett give you the real answer.
It's on
Thank
escrow and
you.
you pay it. So how can you abate taxes?
So let's
and
just
pay
say
it?
you
If I
had
don't-
owner occupied. We're in the weeds, right? So you would be getting the next year owner occupied taxes, right? But they would be prorated out together. They would get that owner occupied because you still had it as of November 1st. So therefore the taxes the next year would still owner occupied, and then they would apply the next year and then get it the next year. So there wouldn't be a break for them.
If
It's only when
previously
they
built.
don't have owner occupied, when they bought the person before didn't have owner occupied, or it's a new house.
Yeah.
And this
Then
was
they
a new
don't.
house.
Right. And
Well,
plus
about a
these,
year, but yeah, you can suffer, because Kevin Wagner fell into that scenario.
Yeah.
Right, he closed right after 1st of December, he's very upset that he did not have owner occupied. It's gonna be a year. They
yeah.
should have
And
prorated
plus,
that out.
They
Or move your
also
RV on
they
site
didn't
and live in it.
had the add-on.
That's right.
for
So
taxes.
if I pulled my RV and lived on that lot, would that be considered owner occupied?
Only
During
if
my
we,
construction.
only if we valued the RV. We'd have to have some sort of improvement value
So
on
it'd be
there.
like that. You'd
Right.
value it like
So you don't
your
get owner
house.
occupied on land.
No, no,
So,
not unless it's, you have a house
Pull
and
it
you have
in the
adjoining
garage.
land, you get owner occupied on the
right, you can buy the
adjoining,
parcel,
if it's, yeah, contiguous. But
but bare land, you can't get owner occupied.
that's correct. We've had instances where someone lived in a garage, they built a
What they
garage, they lived in the garage while they were building it.
I still owner
They were occupied because they did have an improvement.
I know
build it
two
next to me.
builded that, and so did, what's in Johnson's had a house out there. I think he did.
That's interesting. Past us. Learn something
So
every
you're
day.
saying that this November 1 was the date, and because it was brand new property, that's just what it is.
Yeah,
Loses
he
a
did.
year of owner occupied.
You did file and occupy the residence till November 7th.
Well, I would suggest that if we allowed this, there would be more of them lined up at the door wanting the same thing. So I'll follow the recommendation to deny.
Okay, a motion second to deny. All those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried.
Mr. Chairman, we did learn through this process that I think there is an exception for veterans, and I think it is their spouses as well, that if they miss the deadline, that they can come in and request it and you can prorate it for a period of time, but that's the only exception to that rule.
And I think that there's a change on that July 1.
Was there?
On the veteran stuff,
They're taking it away or just changing it?
making it stronger.
Reinforcing it.
It's not a
Okay,
shall now, it's a
next
may.
one.
This one is also an owner occupied issue. These folks purchased this property and closed on it in May of 2022. They moved in on June 7th, 2022. He called up the office. Nicole referred him to the online application. He didn't understand how to fill it out. And I looked at the application and he put they occupied it on January 1, 2023. But they actually moved in on June 7th of 2022. And if you look at the appeal form, they also actually submitted with their appeal form some bills looking up the utilities for the property. Because when Nicole, our office administrative assistant, sent out the denial form, it stated that if they had any complaints or disagreed with this, they could go to the board to object to not receiving owner occupied. But I was actually physically there. I mean, they have a big sand or a stone thing in their driveway with the address and their name that they didn't just place there this winter. So I recommend that we give them owner occupied.
Give them owner occupied.
Yes, I do. I think it's legit.
Ready? So why did it go up $60,000 from last year? The assessed value.
This was one of Tim's neighborhoods, I believe. I took it over because I had done the new house when it was new. That was actually based on market. And their house, based on market, is actually a perfect example. I did put together a sales grant. I did go look at their property. They let me in. If you want to pass that around, here's a perfect example of what the market did.
But they're not contesting the assessed value, just the owner
They
occupied.
started. They started. This is out there north of the interstate, west of Spearfish, on Cavallo Drive. You have to go past exit 8. There is no exit. You have to get off
the old Halstead.
Yeah, you duck under the bridge and go north on Cavallo Drive.
So we currently have them assessed at $588,850. If you look at the subject property, I actually used their sale as my first comparable because it's their sale. They paid $1,725,000 for this property. But the catch there is the previous owner didn't get any building permits to finish both the garage interior, the shop interior, the basement. The previous owner did substantial improvements without any building permits. So of course, we were not aware of it. So I used their sale actually as the first comparable.
So why are you recommending that we allow the owner occupied?
Because they qualify. They lived in they moved in on June 7th. And they were willing to provide proof. They made an appointment with me to come review the property. I discovered the improvements. I did inform them that although we would not add those improvements next year, that we would be adding those improvements next year. And they completely understood that. They were very cooperative. They're not from South Dakota. They moved here. They just didn't understand how the whole process works. After I explained market value, explained their property and their sale, it's comparable number one. They completely understood.
So you want to do this as a stip, but their price, it still goes up, but they'll have owner occupied. I'll make a motion to follow recommendation.
They do qualify. They moved in on June 7th. And they were willing to submit documentation to prove that. And sometimes that owner occupied form, especially as they've changed it, it is kind of confusing.
I should make sure that we can do that.
We can.
Okay, that's my motion.
It's one of the listed, reasons for, for appeal. Yep. There are 4.
Okay, we got a motion to follow recommendation.
Second.
You got a second? Further discussion?
Do other people have trouble following that form?
This year, there were quite a few. For some reason, and I think it's because a lot of them are out of state, they're filling in the first day of the year. So they think for some reason they need to put January 1st, 2023. And we had quite a few of them, but we caught them earlier. And figured out that, yeah, they were there way before November 1st. So I think they're just confused as to what date to put on.
Thank you.
We don't have any that form.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to follow recommendation. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Peter Johansen,
Johansen.
how do you say it?
Johansen.
Johansen, very good.
So I do have the comparables for this property, but it is going from an appeal to a stipulation. Would you like to have the copies of the comps anyway?
I guess explain it first.
Okay. All right. Peter called in about his assessment value going up. he was sharing information with his neighbor who has a far lesser assessment, and that's what prompted him to pursue this. So he submitted an appeal for his home on 307 Bleecker Street in Lead. I spoke with the owner, and he let me know that he works full-time in Colorado and he cannot be here for the Equalization Board. This is not his primary house either. He did acknowledge that since we were not able to schedule and complete doing a complete inspection, that I'd be recommending that we would stay at his assessed value due to the sales in the area. But he did encourage me to go out and do a review of the property. Now, this all came down at the last minute, and we had a snowstorm, and we got another 4 feet, and he hadn't been there clearing snow. But we waited till Friday to get some melt off on it, and we're able to see that the exterior review of the property, I had to raise the physical depreciation to reflect the current conditions of the structure, just from the outside. Would you like me to read the stipulation? Okay. So at current, the land NAD is at 5,000 square feet at $11,000. NAD1, the structure is at 148,810 with a total property value of 159,810. Land would remain the same, and the structure would be reduced to 131,890 with a total property value of 142,890.
Any recommendation?
I am recommending that you lower it due to the physical condition of the house.
So moved. Second.
That's just based on the outside.
We have a
Yes,
motion
it
and a
is.
second. All those in favor of the motion will say aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Did he say why he didn't go through the city of Lead?
Because he's not owner occupied.
Oh,
And it was way after the city board. I mean,
Take one and pass it on.
yeah, I see this one's in his dead. That doesn't make sense.
Same deal. Gary Heaton. This is another appeal that came in at the deadline. So I didn't even really receive this appeal until the 5th of April. So due to time constraints and weather, we had the snowstorm. I'm not able to do a complete inspection of the property. I did speak with Gary, and he told me that he's willing this summer or fall to have me come out, take a look, just make sure the record's right. He's citing mostly physical depreciation as his reason for appealing. But I would make a note that we already have about 60% of his improvement depreciated out on our record. So for the purposes of this board, I'm going to defend the value as is. The subject is a 900 square foot, 1-story owner-occupied home, built in 1934. It's sitting on a 34-acre homestead entry survey. It's got 1 bath, no basement, detached garage, and it kind of has a bunch of old like ag outbuildings that are kind of salvage value. We have it assessed at $211,690. About 145 of that total assessment is the land. Comp 1, I was there in 2017. It's completely uninhabitable. It's got missing doors, windows. It's open to the elements. The roof is caving in. I gave you guys some pictures, larger photos of Comp 1, just so you could kind of see how bad a shape it's actually in.
Did you get it?
So it was a 1974 1-story house. It's only on 5 acres, but it's within 15 square foot of the subject, and it has no garage. With the condition as it is, it's sold for $211,500, and it's only on 5 acres. Comp number 2 is a bunkhouse with 550 less square foot than the subject. It has no water, no sewage, no garage. It has an outhouse on the property. It's on less than a half an acre, and it sold for 185. Comp 3, it's built within 2 years of the subject, so it's an older home. It's got a little more square footage, a bigger garage, but it's only on 2 acres. It sold for 230. Comp 4, I included a land sale just because I was trying to find an acreage over 30 acres. I couldn't find one with an improvement on it, but just that one on Hideaway Road sold for $200,000. So given the market conditions that we're seeing in the whole county, and especially in that area, even if he's right, and maybe I don't have enough depreciation on the record, there's still no way he's assessed at more than what that property could command on the open market. The bottom line is probably his land, that 34 acres, is probably worth more than $2 million. So I'm going to recommend no change.
What's the follow recommendation?
I can second that. My question was, why have you considered raising the land and lowering the building? The land seems to be somewhat undervalued in the fact.
I did raise his land. His land went up pretty substantially this year. In fact, in that whole area.
40,000, but I was thinking, maybe it should be up in the 200,000 range.
Yep.
And bring the building down.
Yeah, and one of the deals is we can't assess every piece of land every year. What we do in mass appraisals, I'm looking at all of the land sales in that whole area and moving the whole neighborhood closer to market. So he's getting those bumps. But yeah, you're probably right. I mean, if I were to sit down and do an individual appraisal on this piece of property, I'd probably bump it, closer to 200.
Motion and a second to deny. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Approved.
Mike, is it about every 5 years you try to visit the property in the county? Is that fair? Kind of your schedule?
We try to, yeah.
Let's take it like this, yes.
So in this case, it would be on the schedule, and hopefully sooner or later you would see it, and then it would get bumped more than just a neighborhood bump. Right?
Exactly, yeah. And at that time, we would catch any depreciation, say that we didn't have above and beyond that 60% that we're already depreciating.
But it's it's absolutely acceptable that they ask us to come out there at any time and relook at the property. Mm-hmm. So even without that 5 years.
So the next 3 appeals are Lane Gainsworth properties. These are all in Higgins Gulch, west of Spearfish. I'd like to start with parcel ending 04, because that is actually the first one that Lane called about, and the one that he was indicating that he would appeal. And then when he actually appealed, he appealed all 3 parcels. So the parcel ending in 04 is lot 4A. It is a tract of 13.2.
Can we see your comparables, please?
Oh, whoops, I'm sorry. 209 acres. Sorry about that.
I guess Randy's gone for the day.
And if you look above each individual sale and the subject property, those are screenshots of our aerial photography, and the blue highlight is the lot line of each property. So the subject property is 13.209 acres. It is just going into Higgins Gulch, and it's to the southwest side. And Lane's complaint was accessibility of the property. Even though Higgins Gulch, as you can see by the red line, runs right along the property, it kind of goes uphill.
They have a good road going into the property.
There he said, there's a ATV road going up there. I also did a little research and off of Hillsview Road before you get to Higgins Gulch. There's Hillsview Drive going south. There is a platted road right of way called Edge Place that almost goes right up to his lot on the east side. There's two adjoining landowners that he could get a right of way easement from for just a very short distance. So he actually almost has two accesses to that 13 acres. So we currently have him assessed at 148,840. I found comps. I found comps not right in Higgins Gulch, but with similar topos within a relative proximity to Spearfish. The first 1 and 2 are actually on Timberline Drive, just to the north of that. They're actually half the size of his. One of them sold in December of 21 for $175,000. The next one sold in September of 22 for $200,000. Those are undeveloped lots on Timberline Road, the next subdivision to the north. Cell 3 is actually in Mountain Plains, which is also half the acreage. That sold in April of 22 for $255,000. In the Timbers on Finch Court, that sold November of 21 for $214,000. That's about half the size. It was weird. I didn't have any sales in that acreage in between the 5-6 acres and the 13 acre tracts. It seems like it just jumped from one to the other. My last sale was actually bigger, 24 acres, that sold for $213,000 in February of 22. Giving Mr. Ainsworth the benefit of the doubt, I took the secondary value of the sale price and applied that to his parcel, because everything west of Spearfish above an acre is $100,000 for the first acre. Literally everything in that area west of Spearfish. And then, of course, we get secondary value, which is $4,000 per acre. Assuming he'll pay X amount of dollars for the first buildable acre. The other is just overage. So it's not worth as much. Okay, so giving Mr. Ainsworth the benefit of the doubt, I took the larger acre. I applied the first acre to $100,000, the secondary value. Giving him the benefit of the doubt, he probably should be at the very least assessed at $159,100. And I don't feel, based on my research of the plats and my physical drive-by of the property, that access is really a developmental issue. Because as we've kind of discovered, if people want to build somewhere in the Black Hills, they'll find some crazy way to access some pretty steep properties. So I recommend no change to the value on this one. When he appealed this one, he actually appealed the other two parcels, which are right across the road to the north side of Higgins Gulch. One of them is where his cabin is. The other one is a vacant lot beside the cabin. So I'd like to go to, I'd like to make a point, maybe before you make a decision on this parcel. Mr. Ainsworth purchased
One thing before you go on, did you say that the first acre would be 100,000, and every acre after that 4,000? When you figure billing?
Correct, but this is actually a vacant lot.
document over here, Louise?
Maybe. It's an email. This is it. Okay, so I'd like to make a point that Mr. Ainsworth bought this lot 4, replatted out a smaller chunk and sold to the neighbor. And the house lot across the road on September 14th of 2000 for $408,000. He bought the 2 parcels. We are currently assessed, if you total the 2 parcels currently, we're assessed at $467.80. After 23 years after he purchased the properties, we're only assessed on both parcels $59,080 more than he bought it for 23 years ago. The value that he's proposing on both parcels that he thinks each is worth only totals $387,080. When 23 years later he made, or 23 years ago he made $408,000 for both parcels. I mean, I can't imagine, first of all, that the value of those 2 properties has declined, and certainly not that much. So, I don't know if you want to make a decision on 4 first and then proceed, or if you want to hear my information on the other 2 parcels.
It's up to you guys. What do you want to do?
Will that confuse anything, Brenda?
No,
I'll make a motion to follow recommendation on Ainsworth property, the last digit 070-04, and leave the assessment, use at 148,840, is that correct? The 13-acre parcel?
That is correct.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Aye. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
I will make the same motion, follow recommendation on the parcel ending in 070-01.
Okay, I'll second it. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
So we have the 3rd parcel.
I'll make a motion, we follow recommendation on 070-02. The parcel on the north side of the road, it also does not have structure on it. Leaving the assessed value at 120,840.
That was easy enough. That is what I recommend.
Okay.
Would you like sales? Would you like some sales comparables on the other 2 parcels?
I would take a copy if I could.
Again, I'm the property one. I don't have any. The one with the houses on it doesn't need explanation. I probably should have looked at some on the other one, but even based on the situs that you clarified and then the acreage difference,
Yeah,
I felt comfortable without.
It is complete with floodplain. Everything in Nickens Gulch that abuts the road.
Well,
has a portion in floodplain.
What I'm seeing is he's got structures right up against his own property line. He could build himself an easement through his existing property up out of the creek area to put a structure in, really easy, and not take any access off in the marshy creek flooding area down below.
There's a new house further down Nickens Gulch that is one of my land sales. That is half the size of this lot too, and it's sold. The land, and it's half the size, sold for $115,000, and it's got similar floodplain, and it's got similar timber, and it's sold for $115,000, and that's the house where they built a new house, and it's sold for $2,180,000.
Okay, I seconded that motion. Let's get the motion off the floor here. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
I could get copies of that 1 and 2, just to put in the record.
So I was
Thank you.
I can't get access on the road. It make no sense. Well, nope, you got perfect access.
For this,
This is just, she wants a copy of
just for the record.
So
Thanks, Sue.
Since I filled in printed,
Did you get yours, Brenda?
that's the house. You can pass that down, please. That's for you.
Okay. Where it takes off, you can't get up this mess.
Okay, Brett, you want to do Mr. Clark, he's here?
You're welcome. I was just the delivery girl. I just saw.
Yeah. Why don't you guys come up and first and.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right. Rolenberg gets the one.
That's right. Wait till we come at 11 o'clock instead of 1. So we always, yeah, let's drop it out of it.
Okay, folks, we'll let you have the floor and explain why you're here.
And I don't know any of you, so I'm Tammy Wagendorf, my husband James Clark. We just moved here in July of last year to leave. And
Okay, we're the county commissioners. I'm Bob Ewing, Brandon Flanagan, Richard Sleet, and Eric Jennings, and Mr. Dybert had to leave for a dental appointment, and this is Brenda McGruder, our auditor.
great, thank you. Well, I appreciate y'all meeting with us. So one of the big reasons we moved to South Dakota, Christy knows, very veteran-friendly state. That was one of our driving forces. So when we first came here, registering our plates, everything like that, we had specifically asked about property exemption. And we had done our placards, because we're both 100% GA disabled. So we came in, did our applications for our placards, asked, we also had our VA letters. So when we asked about this, they said you have to wait 6 months. And I said, okay, new to the state, who are we going to trust? What information we're getting? So we had come in on numerous times to do our paperwork. And our,
The treasurer was going to come in at 1:30 to be here for this, and so just can you just give her a minute to come in?
sure,
I just
sure.
went and got her.
Oh,
so-
okay.
All right.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Here you go.
Okay. I think
You're like-
everybody's in the
You're
pot.
like, take two, right?
Yeah.
All right. So we had come in on initially July 6th. We did our ATVs, did our trailers. We came in on the 17th of August to register his truck. And again, we had our VA letters, and I verified with Pierre when they received our VA letters. So the offices have seen our 100% disabled letters. So again, we asked, when can we do this? Told 6 months. Well, we got the tax letter in the mail, and scratching my head because I'm like, okay, I don't understand this. Let me call, and I called the equalization office and spoke with Nicole and was told there's nothing we can do. I'm like, we got misinformation. You're agreeing, and people were looking at us as disabled versus disabled vet when we had all our documents and we brought in. Then we were told, well, you can fill out the paperwork, and now, because you missed the deadline 1 November, you don't qualify, and it won't come off your taxes now to 2025. Needless to say, I was very disheartened. I actually called the governor's office, and they said they push it out. The VA actually called me and said that Audrey said there's nothing they can do, and say go back to the auditors. That's when I talked to Kim Atkins. She said we can get you on the schedule. And then they said you can go on the county commissioners. So we're here because what's happened is not our fault at all. I have all the documentation, who I talked to, when we scanned all this stuff, and there's nothing we can do to brand new veterans to this state. That's not right on so many levels. When we did everything we possibly could, we asked all the right questions and got all the wrong answers.
You want to help us here, Bruce?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think that Brett and Brenda and I talked about this, and I think I alluded to the statutes I'm going to talk about just a little while ago regarding veterans and owner occupied. Brett will correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't this the one, Brett, where we talked about where I don't think that this is eligible for for action here today through the Board of Equalization, but it would be an abatement issue that they could submit an abatement form, and the commission could decide what period of time to abate the taxes going forward, if at all.
Yeah, that actually is correct.
Yes.
Very good.
And you are?
I'm Brett Running. I'm the director of equalization.
Okay.
So what this is in the codified law, you can't really bring this to the board of equalization, but it is possible to come through the process of called abatement. And what that is coming in front of the commissioners at a later time. They can come anytime, and you get your taxes refunded. So for that amount, for example, for the disabled veterans amount that would be taken off.
And you bring up another point of misinformation because we were told to come here from the auditors. So again, here we're doing everything right, but now we're being told, okay, wrong step, now come and meet someone again.
Well,
So, and it's, but if you can see the frustration for brand new residents that we keep getting told, here, this is what you need to do, and it's misinformation, and I'm putting a smile on my face because I'm new and I'm going to trust y'all. So we're trusting all the leaders in this state, and we're getting misguided. And all we're trying to do is say, do the right thing for the right reason, and we're jumping through all these hoops to prove that, oh my gosh, look how many opportunities have been presented to the county.
okay, Deb, would you like to?
I'm Deb Carline, I'm the county
Hi,
treasurer
Deb.
over across the hall there.
I've seen you before.
Yeah. I don't know which one of my girls talked to you at the auditor's or at the treasurer's office.
I know a few, if I saw them, I know exactly.
But I'm kind of confused why you were told that you, I'm thinking they thought you were asking, and I'm not making excuses by any means. I'm thinking they thought you were asking about the elderly tax freeze and or disabled, because that has to be in, you can apply for it in January, and it has to be in by April, and it goes by income and or disabled. And if you're past that date, then you can't apply for it until the following January to do it, because if it has anything to do with the veterans stuff, we send you upstairs because our office knows enough to be giving this stuff. We know that it's there, and that Brett's office handles it, and Brett's office, when it comes to the elderly tax freeze, they send them down to me. And I don't know if my girls honestly did not, when they seen the disabled part of it, if they thought you were talking about the elderly tax freeze or disabled, that's what it's called. And they thought that you were asking about that, and weren't paying attention that it was the veterans one, because if they would have understood it was the veterans one, they would have sent you upstairs immediately to go talk to their office to apply for it. And if that's what happened, I totally apologize for that, because our office works hand in hand, sending each other up, especially when it's owner occupied. We know that it's there, but we don't know if you qualify for it. We send you upstairs to make sure you're qualified for it, and these different programs and stuff.
Well, I can appreciate they might have wanted to categorize this because we brought our letters in to get our placards, but that same day, we also had a discussion of handicap plates, personalized versus DV. And they knew we were disabled veterans. It was the same day. And on the other occasions as well, because we got DV tags. But that in itself should say we're 100%. But so my thing is, I'm not going to sit and go in that office and sit and point fingers. Okay? It's not going to serve anything. The thing that I want to get across is there's misinformation that has been given to us. Period.
And I apologize if it came out of my office, but my girls, and I preach at them when the beginning of the year comes, is that when somebody comes in and they ask about, if they specifically say disabled veterans programs, paraplegic programs, I send them upstairs. And if they misinformed you, I totally apologize.
So we're coming here because we want to make what got done wrong by misinformation from offices. There were plenty of opportunities for as many times as we came in. And on our receipts that say, here's DV plates. If we're getting DV plates, what's that mean? We're disabled veterans. Okay?
But
and
just because you get
let me have floor. I did not interrupt any of y'all. Please give me that due respect, okay? You don't need to defend yourself. I'm explaining the facts of what occurred to me in my perception. So please don't interrupt me, okay? All I'm asking is, what is the process that this can get considered to get our taxes refunded where we're not waiting till 2025? Who's the right people? What's the right process? Because again, I'm not trying to point fingers. I'm trying to say, this is what we went through. This is the hiccup.
Okay,
We have an email that says there was miscommunication.
okay, I can't speak for what else happened in the past, but what I can
Right.
tell you is here today, Brett just explained to me, to you guys,
Sure.
fill out the abatement, you come back before this board, and hopefully we can rectify it.
They wouldn't necessarily even need to come back before you. They
Well, no,
can-
just do the application and get it here, and then we act on it.
And I appreciate whatever we need. And again, this is not to poke anybody in the eye. I appreciate y'all giving us the time to express
Things happen.
our frustration. And we just want to move forward and say, hey, this is an area that got a hiccup.
Yeah, Bruce?
Brett, is Nicole the one for them to go talk to? So if I were to walk them up right after here today, up to Nicole, or so they want
yes,
to make another
she-
trip?
She would be able to at least give you the form, and just start you with it.
Okay.
And then when you bring it back, you bring it for the county commission.
And if she's not here, they have my email. So
Yeah,
I mean,
she is. She
okay.
is. I just had to check the time just to make sure
Yeah.
she is here.
Okay. No, thank you all. I appreciate
Just
your
what?
time. I get up and all
Right,
around.
and then for the,
So
then
thank
we
you for your time.
consider the
Appreciate
abatement
it.
of a second. Sorry, completely separate issue.
No, I'm glad y'all are open and receptive to hear our situation.
Yes.
I'll walk you guys up there.
See, I'm the clown show now, right?
Well, you should have seen me throwing stuff earlier today.
James, don't forget your hat. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
So we will need a motion to deny this, but then she'll bring it
Right, as a stip, or not a stip, as a abatement.
mailing.
Yep, so I'll make a motion to follow recommendation and deny the appeal. Is it 00032, Clark?
I'll second. Got a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
To be the big jerk this year. Do that. So I get to be the big jerk this year.
You guys, I'm going to, right now, our office is videoing the counter, but I'm gonna have Bruce take one, or Greg take it one more step further to get, audio too.
Okay.
So that we can go back and see what is.
It's, again, you run your department, you're an elected official, you handle your people.
No, I know.
Same with the auditor's
But
office.
for
You're a
stuff like
different
this,
story,
because-
all of you folks.
Because.
Oh, that was
That went south in a hurry, didn't it? Well, it's, there's some confrontation there.
I know, but I know.
She may need to call the governor again and see if she can get something
We do
fixed.
say something wrong, we can show it, so.
The next appointment isn't until 1:15, and I'm not sure if they're going to show up. We might want to continue with do the stipulations quick and get through those before.
And I,
Or is it 1:30?
right, and I gave MDI the, Zoom link, so,
Is there is that 1:15 or 1:30?
let me look.
Oh, great.
I think maybe
So,
one.
I think it's time for the speed round.
It's at 1:15.
Okay, all right.
Speed round,
Yep,
ready, go.
stipulation. Remember these from last time, speed round? I know you were pretty good at it.
Now we're gonna do now, are you on stipulation?
Stipulation.
Stipulations. All right.
God, you have to use a scoop shovel.
The nice people said thank you for your time and attention.
The shoehorn.
Hey, thank you. All of you.
All right, Brett.
All right, Michael Bradley. So this is actually, he called up because we had the square footage wrong in the lot, and we looked at the plat and we were wrong. So we stepped it from NADS, it's 0.332 acres, 35,460 to 0.166 acres, just a correct square, on land for $28,220.
Motion to follow recommendation on parcel number ending in 0700/2.
Motion and second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
All right, the Corridos, they live up in Mount Plains. They called and graciously told us they were not disabled veterans and we needed to add on the $150,000. So their land stayed the same, NACS at 66,720, but their improvement, NAC1S, went from 284,530 to 434,530.
Wow.
Motion to follow recommendation and send them a big thank you.
Yes.
I'll second that. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
Bill Geffrey, out in Mountain Streams appealed his value. He agreed to an interior inspection. After doing it, I'm raising the physical depreciation to more accurately reflect the condition of the property. And I'm putting an adjustment on there because on his whole main level, he has no floor. So
There's no floor?
no floor.
Flooring.
Oh.
So it's just on some plywood?
He's got area rugs scattered about. So the property's going to go from 291,290 to 258,960.
I should have done on mine in Florida. I would have had this concrete for 6
I'll make a
months.
motion to follow recommendation.
This is not a new structure.
Second.
No, it was built back in
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
I really wish I would have done that in Florida.
Okay.
Cracked down the middle.
All right. Oh, there we go.
I'm up?
Yep.
Oh, for Mackie?
It's a speed round.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay, time's up.
This one's quick and dirty anyway. So, Mr. Mackey had called me and was concerned about the amount of plumbing fixtures that were located inside his property. So what I did is I went out and actually did an interior review and found out that instead of 24 of those plumbing fixtures, there was only 20. So I made that correction. So the land NAC at $130 or 130,000 will stay the same. The NAC1 will go from 461,300 to 453,830.
Motion to follow recommendation.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
Sorry, that was fast.
Okay. John Matson, he actually applied for ag for both these parcels. They are contiguous to other ag land. It's just he acquired them after he'd already gotten ag for his other stuff. And so we added them on and he did qualify. So his land goes from NAC 42,260 to Ag C at $820 on 260-00.
I'm not making the motion on that one.
I will. I'll move to follow recommendations. Change
Second.
evaluation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Follow recommendation. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
His other property was NAC at $42,080 and went to Ag C at $780.
Gary?
So moved.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Christopher Meyer.
Right. This is a record correction. The owner called to inquire about the percent increase of the total value of the property. Upon review of the property card, it was found that the structure had a typing calculation error. So we calculated the structure at the appropriate assessment percentage. It was previously land NAC is 66,040. Structure NAC1 is currently 47,310. Land will remain the same. The structure NAC1 to change to $6,340. Total assessed value to go from $113,350.
What is this structure?
It's just a bunkhouse, no plumbing, no anything.
Whitetail Bench.
What do you have
It's
in
up by
that,
the-
Christine?
by the search rescue building.
6337? Construction?
Motion to follow
6340.
recommendation.
6340, I'm sorry.
So you run.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Follow recommendation. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
Can I have a copy of your STIP, because my STIP says 6,000.
Becky Nelson.
Okay. Yes, I can get that. for you.
Okay. Thank you, Chris.
Are you on Becky Nelson then?
I'm keeping up.
All right, so we have Becky Nelson. And, all right, this owner applied or called and inquired about the percent increase of her total value of property. The owner agreed to a complete inspection of property improvements. Upon review of the property, it was found that the main improvement had some wear and tear in depreciation and few property updates. The property card was also updated to add or correct missing building components. It's currently, the land NAC is at 105,500. Structure NAC is currently, NAC1 is currently at 245,370. The land NAC will remain the same. Structure NAC1 to change to 230,720. Total assessed value to go from 350,870 to 336,220.
Motion to approve.
Second. Yeah, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Albert Hardy. Oh my goodness.
Albert Hardy
Our old friend.
called in,
He's not exempt right now?
just in late. So he had some outbuildings that were looked at back in the early 2000s that really hadn't been looked at since, as far as, and they had really depreciated quite a bit. And so I went out there and looked at them, and because there was no depreciation on them, and put and lowered. They definitely needed to be lowered, their values. So NAC 21.9 acres stays at 108,340. The structure NAC1 goes from 35,230 to 18,770.
Were these the mobile homes out there?
No, a lot of it was just the kind of roof area
They were
that's
like
over
a
his
three-sided
cars.
shed thing, weren't they? Like a cattle lean-to kind of a thing, open on one side and sort of a roof and
Yeah, honestly, it's just
tires on top.
a lot of cars under kind of a roof, and then there was a shed and another mobile home that was used really for storage. But
A lot of different buildings there.
yes, yeah,
So we're adjusting the value on the.
just on the, not on the home, but just on the other structures around it that hadn't really been depreciated at all.
Motion approved.
You like to come up?
1877.
Yes, we had done that.
Who's second?
I think you're.
I did not.
What was the motion?
We have a motion to
Approve the
go ahead
STIP.
and approve the STIP.
Approve this, I'll second
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That was pretty weak, Eric.
it. Yes, it was.
Motion passed.
That was a tickle bit of ton of tax rolls.
Yes.
Yes. All right, Denver Historic Preservation Commission. This is a piece of property that actually there's two of them. They picked up the property and we missed putting their exemption on. And so we just need to take the value off the books.
They're tax exempt.
They're tax exempt. That's correct.
Both of these.
Both of these.
I will make a motion to approve both 30205-00000-080-00 and parcel 30075-0008-000-00 in the historic preservation.
Are you done?
For record correction.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Brenda, you keep up okay? Yes. All right.
She's already done.
Joyce.
Okay. This was
a
Just to
great
fill out,
research
just put our
project.
initials on it.
This was a what?
A great research project.
Oh,
So the owner called to inquire about the assessed value, total value of the property. This is a bare land lot in Lost Camps. The owner had informed me that there's a deed restriction on the land, which constitutes a no build restriction. Upon review of the current deed restrictions, the land and the land use of other lots listed within the deed restriction, along with a review of the property, it was found that the land has value under the current deed restrictions. Since the lot was to be used as a secondary land lot to the upper lots on the other road, it is my opinion that the property should be valued at the secondary value at Lost Camp neighborhood values.
So a garage could be built on it, something ancillary
No.
to the no? No?
According to the deed restriction, only the lots above it can put sheds on it, but there's been some mistakes made in how people purchase land in there and stuff, so the lots got independently owned, and they should have been staying with the other purchases.
Okay.
So, yes, so the gentleman or the couple has this lot and can't do anything with it until there's some legal changes made. So land NAC is currently at $5,550. Land NAC changed to $4,650. So the total of assessed value should go from $5,550 to $4,650.
Motion to approve.
Second.
okay, a motion and second for approval. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
Mr. Chairman, I think the 115 appointment may have just joined.
Okay.
Is it Tim on the line? Tim, can you hear me?
This is actually Byron. Tim from our office wasn't able to make it today, but I'm here to talk about this property.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you want to take out of order. I'm just going to make sure that they can hear us. So.
No, that's fine. We'll go ahead and take them next.
Okay. Byron, we're going to take your case up now. The Board of Equalization will take your case up now, so just stand by for 1 second.
Sure.
This is MDI revenue.
Yep. It's gonna be under your appointments.
Everybody got their document?
No.
We're transitioning here, Byron, so.
We're going back to the others.
Should be the last one of the appointments.
Last one. Is it MDI? Mm-hmm. The owner is MDI, Richard.
Okay,
Yeah.
do you want to start with Brad, or do you want me to allow them? Let's go with what's the gentleman's name?
Sir, could you please want to state your name and who you're working for again, please, so we have to capture that in the record?
Yes, my name is Byron Pendleton, and I work for Savage and Browning.
And Byron, this is Bruce Alka. Just so the commissioners know, what is the company that you work for? What is your role? Are you the owner of the property, or are you hired by the owner?
No, we're hired by the owner. We work with the owner to look at property taxes.
Did you find it?
Very good. And so I think, if I may, I think that the chairman has deferred to you to make your case before. This is the Board of Equalization. So anything you want the Board of Equalization to know now, please go ahead.
Just a minute, Bruce.
Sure, thank you.
Is this the same? Did we
submitted.
hear this on the same property? Okay. I just want to make sure it's in the same area.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, we submitted a 24-page evidence packet along with the appeal. Included in it is a rent roll, profit and loss statements for the last couple of years, and an income cap rate study. This property is a low-income housing tax credit property. We've included with it the deed restrictions, the LURA, showing the term of the deed restrictions, and basically 100% of the units need to be rented to people below the income limits. So while typically this property runs much higher expenses than the average market apartment because of the extra screening in the limits on how much it can actually bring in on rent. And then looking at how it's compared to how the county's modeling it, I think that we're modeling it based on the actual income that this property has received, and we're using a 5.5 capitalization rate. So, for example, in 2022, if we take out property tax and CapEx from expenses, the net operating income is just over $31,000. And the value here that we got on the rolls here is $907,000, I believe. So we're requesting a value based on the actual income of this property because, again, it has deed restrictions and they can't raise the rent if they want it. I guess I'd be happy to take questions, but the gist of it is we're looking at the actual income and capitalizing it.
Tim, Bruce, go ahead.
Byron, this is Bruce again. Question for you. Your cap rate, your proposed cap rate is what, 6.25?
7.69.
Okay, and we had 6 on there?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so, Byron, where does that cap rate come from? So I asked that question in the context. I think by law we're required to use sort of a regional cap rate. And so the cap rate that you propose, as I would assume we could hear more information, would be different from that we're ostensibly required to use. And so I guess more explanation about your cap rate might be helpful.
Sure. Actually, our capitalization rate we're using is a 5.5% base, and we're loading in an ETR of 1.775 for the total of 7.275. We actually are being a little bit conservative in that the last couple pages of our packet, we provided a realty rates cap rate survey, and we are actually using along the minimum cap rates from the survey. So are you thinking that 5.5 is too high?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's just part of the whole. I mean, that's the recapture of the discount, but that doesn't include the effective. So I think he's talking about the 7.275 or the 7.069, the whole one overall.
Yeah, so we used that. We took the $14,838 in tax that they paid last year, and we basically took that. We took that out as an expense. So when we take that out as an expense, the net operating income goes up, and we load the cap rate just so we're not double counting here. So we're actually using a 5.5% base cap rate. We just took that $14,838 and added it to the income, so we're not talking about taxes twice.
Byron, I'm looking at your information that you presented. This is Bruce again. Is your cap rate, is it derived at least in part from the investor survey? Is that the realtyrates.com? Is that the source of it?
That is for the regional yes, correct.
I don't want to take things out of order, Mr. Chairman. What do we derive our cap rate from? It's a regional index. Is it Marshall and Swift? Is that what it is, or what?
Well, Tim had originally derived for his low-income properties from Price Waterhouse. And so that is basically the same, and he used that for the other low-income properties this year when he did their value.
Yep.
So I had used that same cap rate for the other low-income properties.
So do we assume that, I think the question is obvious, that is a valid source for the cap rate that you used?
Yep.
And do others rely on that as the source of the cap rate?
Some do. Some, Payton County also does studies to find their cap rates also with sales and stuff. But yeah.
But is it true in your equalization world that we can't apply different cap rates for certain similar categories of properties? So amongst these type of properties that are low income, we can't have different cap rates, can we?
Well, we try to remain consistent. I mean, they're the same type of property. So the other low income housing had a 6.25, so I use the same 6.25 to be
for an equalization process. That makes sense to everybody?
Brandon, you had a question? If people understand how capitalization rate works, it does. For other people that haven't had rental property and understand what that means, it probably doesn't make any sense at all. I've been lucky enough to own some property, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I guess. It seemed to me when this came last year, there was some discussion about how you can wish you had a better cap rate, but you're going to kind of get what the market says it is, or what the study is. The other thing was, I think that if I remember, it may not have been this property, it may have been another one that was in a similar situation. They were not including the incentives that occurred that they were required to have, that made them have the low income housing. It was either omitted or it was as an expense, and it should have been a benefit, an asset, and not an expense or a liability. And I don't know where that falls on here. I don't see that laid out the way I remember seeing it in the past. So I'd like to know what those incentives are that require you to stay as a low income facility.
So there is under other income, there's interest, subsidy, RECD. That's put in the income and then also taken out in the under taxes, insurance, interest, other. So that's, I believe that's at 50,811. Is it?
Yeah.
The interest subsidy. Yeah. So it was put in and then taken out.
So shouldn't that continue to show up on an income as a benefit?
It's basically a pass-through. What happens is they pay the mortgage interest. Rural development comes in and says, we're going to pay a certain amount of your interest to make your effective mortgage rate 1%. So it's really to us, it negates itself. Okay. Does that make sense? It's an income and it's an expense. So it's a wash, basically.
So if you think everybody deserves 1% interest, it's a wash. Right now, I would argue that let's go to 6%, which is be the low side of what you might be able to get to refinance that, and you got 5% effective penalty or difference in what their mortgage rate would be if they were to finance it today, or go back to where it was at that 3.5 or a little more for a multi-family property. And I don't see how it can be a pass-through when you're getting that benefit continually every single year to offset what should be the interest on your mortgage payment. You're getting that benefit every year. You're getting $50,000 or whatever it is to offset that thing, and that to me should be on the income on this right here. That's the part that I just go, I don't know where that. I get it, but I don't agree with the way it's spelled out.
Keeping in mind Commissioner Flanagan's comments, I want to go back just to kind of keep everybody on the same page. Is the difference here between your office, Brett, and Byron, does it come down to the cap rate? Is that essentially the?
No, honestly, there's more than that.
No,
okay.
It's not the cap rate.
Yeah, no. It was more the amount of expenses we thought were reasonable, and vacancy.
I think you talked about the
Yeah,
Go ahead, sorry.
I don't think we have an issue with cap rate, whether it's 5.5 or 6.5. The issue here is we just like to model it based on the actual expenses. We've, historically it's been pretty consistent here between, the last 3 years. I think the county's modeling a higher net operating income than they're able to get because they're capped on rents.
So they are capped on rent, but you can still look at sales. I mean, if we want to go on that show that they're selling, even HUD 8 housing is selling for way more than what you're assessed for. I mean, it's, but going back to the income capitalization approach, it just seemed, you put in the 50,000 in expenses, well, yeah, that's going to make the expenses go very high. And so, running at 82%, it just isn't. What we see from our other low-income housing units, they're running more at 55 to 65%, and they're having the same type of issues with only being able to have so much rent. They can only get their a certain amount. So,
Brandon, the question is, so what was your assessment last year? I can't find that number in here. There's a lot of information and a lot of pages of it that I can't quite break out where we are.
Don't have
I believe it was the same value last year, if I'm not mistaken.
So you're asking for a reduction in your property tax from last year to this year?
Correct.
And we hold the same.
And you base that on, you have higher expenses this year for some reason, is that correct?
No, this has been consistently high expenses. It's just we'd like to in your model to show that like a net operating figure that's consistent with this property. And I'm not sure what what kind of comps we're looking at. Are you talking about, are they other Section 42 and 515s that you're looking at, or are they Section 8s?
Section 8.
Yeah, these are different the Section 8 properties don't have the deed restrictions like these other LIHTC properties do.
Is yours not Section 8 housing?
No, this is a low income housing tax credit property, and they have a deed restriction, and I put it in there, and they can only rent it. It's a lot of different specific criteria, but basically they can't raise. Go ahead.
I talked to the South Dakota housing, and they said, I mean, HUD Section 8 is pretty much the most stringent as opposed to the state programs. As far as
it's a different program.
Right, but they're all subsidized and can only offer rents at a certain rate.
That's correct. From Lawrence County Housing, I can tell you that that's how Section 8 works. Is they have approved rates per market, and what's odd is Meade County's a little higher than Sturgis, higher than Spearfish somehow. Makes no sense. But they have, and I was actually a landlord on one of those programs up in Lead at an apartment with a renter that I inherited when I bought the units. That was on that same thing. So I get a check from Lawrence County, or not? Well, Lawrence County. It was HUD. It was, but yeah, I don't know what else that would. What else that could be?
You try to apply the same sort of expense ratio across all these similar types of properties. So what Byron is asking for, how could you justify giving them a different, I'll call it expense ratio as opposed to the others? Does that go against the idea of equalization?
Well, yeah, because we try to, I mean, their expenses can go up or down depending on the year, and doing a kind of a reasonable amount of expenses that other ones have experienced seems to be more equitable than just taking into account maybe a bad year or a bad management or whatever for that property.
Okay. What do you guys want to go from there? Does Byron have anything else you wanted to add? Byron, is there anything else you want to add? We missed anything?
No, just the specifics to this property. Like these LIHTC properties, they have to be audited every year. There's a lot of different administrative issues that separate it from the Section 8 properties, but I think I about covered it.
What's your recommendation?
Well, I'm recommending staying at our value of $907,130.
I'll move we follow our recommendation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
So, Byron, you're welcome to stay on. That was the result of the board of equalization. If there's been any questions, you can follow up with your staff afterward, probably tomorrow.
Thank you guys for your time.
Yeah, take care.
All right, bye.
Okay. This is about the cap rate.
Well,
we need a quick little break. Anybody?
Sure.
All right. That's just strange the way. So this is South Dakota Housing Development Authority.
And he called because he was concerned about the value, because basically it's pretty much ready to be condemned, at least according, I mean, I talked to the city of Lead, and he has the yellow, I couldn't get in because he is in Colorado and he can't, but I went to expect the outside at least. And I talked to Dennis at the city, and it's really, really in rough shape. It's dangerous. And it's, so I'm going to make the recommendation to move it down to another property that's unlivable, sold really close by, and I took the square foot cost and made it, and lowered this one to the same square foot cost, just to, until he does something to it, because it's pretty.
So we're at 53,570, you're going to
35,910. So it went from 53,578 to 35,910 on the structure.
total value,
47,210.
motion to follow recommendation.
I'll second. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. How long is he on this?
I don't know. It's just kind of let it go.
He paid the full tax last year.
And it went up, his first lead went up, and it keeps going up, so then he kind of went, no, this is too much. Kind of all right, Julie on Kerwin Lane, she applied for ag and met all the conditions for ag. So we are moving her land value, NACS 40 acres from 196,000 to ag A 40 acres for 39,450. We're also, the house is staying the same, the NAC1S, but the additional structures are actually ag type, are actually ag buildings, so they get the ag exemption. So they go from 3,800 to 0. So the total value will go from 599,530 to 439,180.
Move that we follow recommendations and readjust the valuation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
Harlan. Harlan Schillinger owns a lot in the Woodlands, which is behind Sandstone. He asked me to go take a look at it because the buildable area is very restricted, and I've looked at a couple of his engineering reports, and they've had to actually redo them a couple of times in order for him to even build on the property. So I went out and walked it and determined the usable area based on the aerial that I have in the office. So the lot will go from 231,600 to 141,280.
Is this in the middle part, Carmen, or is it on the edge?
No, this is in the middle. This is the old part of Woodlands. They have now created some new lots to the east, and that was actually my mistake. I was unaware. I thought they were part of the new subdivision that was included in the Dodds.
Yep, across from the church.
Yep. So I raised all of those to 200,000 for the first acre, not taking into account the fact that there are some topography issues in the old section of that Woodlands area. And he caught it and gave me a call. So I'm actually going to be relooking at Woodlands this summer to make those corrections based on the old portion of Woodlands and the new flatter lots that have just been platted.
That's what I just wanted to make sure that I was hearing you right. Because my understanding is you couldn't do topography issues based on, we'll say, lots in the same subdivision.
Well, you can do topography issues in lots in the same subdivision, depending on slope.
For example, I had 45% of my lot was floodplain. I couldn't build it.
Okay.
And at one time I got a percent reduced for that. And then it's
Right.
like, well, we can't do that anymore because you've got a building site, you've got this.
That's
there.
That's because we were no longer allowed to do floodplain.
That's consideration for that topography limitation.
Okay. Yep.
I'll make a motion to follow recommendation.
So I'll second it. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
So Cami Lantis, she has a house out on the Lantis property, which is off of South Rainbow Road. She hasn't lived there for a very, very, very long time because there have been some mold issues At one time, she did pull a building permit to do a remodel that fell through as she ended up with some very serious health issues. So because it had been a long time, I had gone out there and left a door knocker and removed that functional off the property a couple years ago. Well, actually, it was last year. And she called and let me know that the interior is still very much torn apart. There's mold issues in the basement. There are no cabinets. There's no trim. There's no flooring. There are a lot of issues. And she actually is probably at some point just going to tear it down. But I did value what was there at the time. So the ag land itself is 8 acres. It's going to stay at the $600 value. The NAC1A, that's the structure value, will go from $171,020 to $90,090. And that's basically just taking into account the actual components that are there. It would be the foundation, the framing, the siding,
The home could be rebuilt.
pretty much. Yep, yep. And she's not going to try to rebuild.
I'll move withdrawal recommendation.
Okay, I'll second it. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Kevin Geike.
Kevin Geige's lot is out at the end of 2-bed and 10 Fala subdivision. And, all right. I basically looked at his property and the other properties around, and his was the only one without an adjustment on it, but it was the same type of lot and was being unfairly assessed at $79,980. So I gave him the same adjustment as the other ones, since this was exactly the same, basically. And his land went from $79,980 to $63,980.
Motion to follow recommendation.
Second.
Motion second to follow recommendation. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. High Plains.
This was a sale, but the sellers took like a 12 by 20 bunkhouse with them when they sold it. And they didn't have a permit. We had no way of knowing. So they called, and I'm going to remove that structure. NAC1 value is going to go from 43,100 to 0. So the total will go from 187,540 to 144,440.
Motion to follow recommendation.
Second. Okay, motion second to follow recommendation. All those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Michael Zachmeyer. How does that sound familiar?
Michael Zachmeyer. He called in. He is way down by Iron Creek Lake. And I got down there and actually was able to go, even though his driveways was plowed. Yeah. I just walked on top of the snow. And he's the, basically we had gone there in July to look at this new structure being built and assumed that it would be weather tight by November 1st. His contractor basically stopped. And so
he built too close to the setbacks. He didn't get a variance. So he's got to do some adjustment.
Oh, okay.
They come into compliance.
Yeah, so we do know what this is.
Okay. So it wasn't as far along as we had assumed that it would be by November 1st. And so the structure value, the land stayed the same. The structure value went from 8750 to 68,160. So for a total of 110,620.
I'm not gonna.
I'll make a motion to approve. I mean, well, there's value in it, but it's not done, and he's.
But it's not our fault.
No, but it's also not done.
Yeah,
not as far along as you said you expected. It's because he stopped, and then.
I mean,
at least they didn't stop when they figured out there was a problem.
No walls.
All right, you got a motion. Got a motion to follow recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
You did second it? I can't. Yep. Okay.
It seems odd to me that we're taxing a structure that we're requiring.
Were you here when this all started?
Well, I was in the audience.
All right, we have a motion to follow recommendation. We've got a motion and a second. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. So we're tied now, what, Brenda? Bruce?
It's a tie.
Sorry about that.
Do I
Continue probably until the next meeting. Yeah.
All right.
That's the rules of
Oh,
commission.
you were gonna get done early.
Pardon me?
You were gonna get done early, remember? Nothing was gonna go on to the
Well,
next
I
meeting.
can't. We've had too many issues with this. Richard and I
Well,
are no.
My question, I'll just pose this question. They're being taxed on percent completion of the structure that's out there.
Yeah.
They sort of anticipated it would be
Weather
here,
tight,
and because
right?
they stopped to do their variance, it was here. So they've only got this much done. So this is where they should be taxed at. That's all
Yeah.
it is. They're not saying it's right. They're not saying they just said they taxed them over here, but they didn't get that far along. So that's just fine. Completely fine.
Next one.
All right.
Just remember, you have 4 people at the next house.
Okay, so I'm gonna do, before
Roger Hudson.
we do the next 8, actually, they have the same situation. We had one neighborhood where we just honestly made errors. And there's 8 buildings that were involved with that. Not main buildings, but just sheds and such that were other improvements to the main. And these are just all office corrections.
Okay.
So
you're saying, so for Roger Hudson,
yep,
Ron,
the land staying the same, the main structure stayed the same. It's just the additional structures are going from 26,290 to 15,710.
motion to follow recommendation.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second to follow recommendation. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Ron and Patricia Pyburn, their land stays the same at 72,920. Their structure goes from 19,860 to 4,260. It's a shed.
Motion to follow recommendation.
Second. Motion and second to follow recommendation. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Pamela Lester, land stays the same. Structure goes from $1,370 to $7,310.
Motion to follow recommendation.
Second. Motion and second to follow recommendation. All those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Daniel Nelson, land stays the same. House stays the same. The additional structures go from 22,440 to 13,070.
Motion to follow recommendation.
Second.
Motion and second for follow recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Thomas Owen, land stays the same. House stays the same. The improvements, other improvements go from $8,730 to $800.
We have it on the list, but we don't have a copy of it in our.
Of the old Thomas Owen.
Who did that?
I do.
I got Thomas on.
That's fine.
I didn't have to take
Motion to follow recommendation.
Second. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
PTD2 LLC,
I've got that.
land stays the same. Like other improvements go from 13,940 to 8,730.
Move to follow recommendations.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to follow recommendation. All those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Look like they're all along.
Like,
It looks like they're all along Maitland or just off. I see
yeah,
Toboggan
that's
Hill
the
and
neighborhood.
and Burno. I don't know where Sylvanite Drive is exactly, but must be
Oh.
the same area.
In Dead Brook. So,
Is this Jerry's next?
yep, Jerry Archie, land stays the same. Improvement goes from 34,320 to 9,400.
Motion to follow recommendation.
Second.
Second. We have a motion and a second to follow recommendation. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Don Lechner, land stays the same. Improvement goes from 13,430 to 5,210.
Move to follow recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to follow recommendation. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
All right. Pioneer LLC. This was a complicated one. This is a old homestake building in Lead that has used to have the large generators in there. Thank you. Large generators in there. It's
The old Kirk plant?
No, if you go up, is it Grand? No, not Grand.
Mill.
Mill. If you go up Mill,
Okay.
you get to the top there where the parking lot is, and you go behind Houston, down. Go from
Okay.
there and you go behind there, and it's just down below Houston. It's a huge brick building, 38 foot. No kidding. The main floor is 38-foot high brick walls.
Well, it sounds like the hoist room, but I doubt if they can't be the hoist room because they still use that. Anyway,
Brett, do you have an updated stipulation?
I do. Yeah. So we went out there for a building permit this summer, and they have a new use for it. They're growing marijuana in it.
jeez.
So
Legally?
yes, legally.
It's own industrial.
So the thing is that it was changed to a use of greenhouse. But this is the thing. So the brick building, the only thing changes that were done to the brick building were that a new water line was brought in and a septic system was installed. So there's nothing done to the building, and there were basically panels put together inside. They don't touch the building at all. I mean, they're inside, right? They're just little areas to grow. So these are basically the guy. I mean, if they want to go at any time, all they do is undo them, put them on a truck of their own. So the use really isn't a greenhouse, and there's really no greenhouse that has 38-foot high brick walls, right? I mean, it's just didn't fit. It just, and this took, I mean, honestly, this took a lot of time. It took a lot of research. I called down to Denver to see what they were doing with ones that have warehouses, right? They've taken all those old warehouses and they made them into marijuana growing places, right? And from all the different research I did, most of the time, of course, they do it by income, but we didn't have income. They kept them as storage warehouses. They have not turned them into greenhouses because they're not, right? So after a lot of research and taking into consideration, I mean, I did add quite a bit of value for their improvements. They were valued at $159,000 last year, and now I have them at $268,000. And besides the fact that there are no comparables as far as sales at all, he was, even though this went up quite a bit, I mean, he felt that this was an all right value. At first, and I put it in as a storage warehouse. It's in as it is, with some improvements for the water line and which adds more value to it if he decides to sell it. But it's just not a greenhouse. So that's why, I mean, we went from 159,000 to 683,420. That's quite a shock. And really, that's not what it is, and it wouldn't sell for that.
Looks like a duck, walks like a duck. It's a duck.
Well, if you see where it's at, it's an old exhaust. It's an exhaust raise, but I don't know which one it is from underground. I'm looking where it's at, and it's tucked in behind the power thing. And it's actually, if you're going to put something like that in lead, it's kind of a great place to put it because it's well built. It's
Oh, it's
but
well
there,
built.
yeah, it's the top of an exhaust raise. And I imagine they probably have power cables and running the exhaust fans out of that building. But I don't know. That's interesting.
Yeah.
So what is the stip on that one then?
I was definitely giving him a stipulation from 683,420 to 268,080. He actually went up over $100,000 this year.
What's the square footage of this building?
5,700, right around there for the main. So the basement is the same size, but most of all, it has basically these huge concrete pillars it's compressors. That's what was in there. To hold up these 3 huge compressors that were in there. So there's really not a lot of square footage in the basement. I mean, it's 12-foot high walls. It's not like the 38-foot high on the top. So
did they have the big rolling crane upstairs to haul those things out?
No,
most of the big old brick homes have those did.
Is he still growing weed in there?
Yes.
Both floors?
Yes.
So how's the irrigation? Does he sprinkle it or does he hand water?
So he's leasing it out to someone, right? And I guess they're enclosed. They're enclosed, so it's all the system is within these little paneled rooms, right? There's a bunch of these little rooms, and they do all that. I mean, they just hook into his water line, and it's totally environmentally, no bugs will get in there, nothing. It's just It's very clean and hygienic,
Make the motion to approve the STIP.
but it was a really unusual situation.
We got a motion to approve it.
I'll second. If we don't, the taxes stay low.
We have a second.
We're raising the taxes.
We have a motion
Yeah.
and a second for approval. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Aye. Okay, it passed.
All right, last one is North Point Christian Church. And I guess we normally call this as an add-on, but it's a stipulation. They had we had talked to them the year before that they had a daycare in part of their church. And so we had gone out there and gotten the value, and somehow we made them 100% exempt, and we should have made them 69% exempt. So they called and said, we thought we were going to get some value on it. So that was really nice of them. And so we're adding the NADC2 structure value from 0 to 312,560 for that daycare portion. So
Can you
we're
say
adding
that?
that on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the total value now will be 342,890. And we're adding the land, I'm sorry, because the land is, consider that,
15 acres.
yeah, so that's only 69% of the value, or 30, what am I trying to say? It's like 31% of the value, 69% of it is exempt. So the land's at 30,340, and the building's at 312,560.
Motion to approve. Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
The only thing that I was going to bring up, one last thing, is we did have Rand Williams call in and want to appeal, but he didn't send his letter was stamped the day after. So just so you know, he's too late, but he may come in.
Just
and
one,
talk
he
some-
just had, just on one,
Not
just
will.
on one property?
Just on one, in Deadwood. Yep. So just so you're aware.
Okay. Are we finished with the business?
Recess until next
Yep,
meeting.
recess until.
Or Zach Myers.
I do
All right.
need a
Is there any more? I'll make the motion to recess. Is there something else? to talk about? Second.
and it is
Or
1:50.
recess?
Thanks, folks.
I will close the meeting now.
So next meeting should be, we have one